true.
Let's face it.
Yeah, there's going to be, because it's a lot of like random conversations about or notes about conversations.
Yeah, I have so
more
many.
conversations, more conversations. Jesus
Yep.
Christ, we only
Yeah,
talked last session.
I have a feeling I have too many notes and I can't find.
Although, are you complaining about the amount of RP you guys are doing?
Yeah, that's what it sounded like to me.
Yeah, I need more mindless combat, like ambushes everywhere. Doesn't make any sense. Like suddenly there's a whatever or tiger attack in the city.
Yeah.
A tiger attack. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It doesn't have to make any sense. It's on random tables. So
okay,
actually, I saw this brilliant idea on. I don't know exactly where I saw it.
Is this sarcasm brilliant or
no? Like
brilliant?
I would use it. I would use it in a less serious campaign. I would have used it with the people I played with in Germany because it was perfect for that tone. Like a merchant, like a skeevy merchant, selling all kinds of items that tries to sell a tiger repellent rock. And if they don't have it or they don't carry it with them, they get randomly attacked by tigers. But if they carry it with them, there's no tigers, so it has to work, doesn't it?
Seems
that's a fucking monkey paw.
Shit.
That's a monkey paw.
Making mental notes. Thank you very much.
Yeah, but just like, this merchant would like always like sell this kind of shit, but also
if a rat man turns up and starts trying to sell us a dragon repelling rock,
we buy it. But then it turns out to be a dragon attracting rock.
Yeah,
and then
don't even touch it. Touching
but that's
it
okay. Your charisma's good enough.
The curse.
Chris, tell them about the prophet.
The what?
The prophet.
Who?
Saltwind.
Who?
The prophet who was like telling prophecies about who the Manticore would get next, and then the Manticore would get them next.
Who?
In the previous campaign, Chris, I will fucking murder you. You know, we remember.
My brain has scrubbed this terrible memory from it.
Yeah, so we had a prophet who was going around.
All I can do is error reading memory file. It's been scrubbed. Sorry.
Did you guys have a Cassandra? That won't be prophet.
To call him the prophet isn't doing him justice. Wasn't he like Ezekiel, blood demon prince of the third layer of the abyss or something? Because he sure as fuck exploded in a 200-foot AoE, killing every peasant in town.
100 feet.
Yikes.
Radius.
That's
200 feet across.
Yeah.
Because he was accosted. It's like, oh, we're going to arrest you.
Yes.
Like, yeah. There's my panic button. Hello.
The paladin and the monk, righteous monk, were like, we're going to arrest you. And I'm running around as the thief going, I've got a conscience. Like, fuck, I need to evacuate. Dead. Guys, maybe like don't fucking charge in.
He was doing his prophecies.
I should learn lessons from.
There was a Manticore terrorizing the city, picking up children off the street, right? And he would like have a vision, and then shortly after, the Manticore would show up and pick up the kid that he saw in the vision in the way he described. Except it turned out that he was actually controlling the Manticore.
Yeah, surprise! Like it didn't take much for my 20 intelligence wizard to put that together. It was like, oh wait, this guy's consistently had visions about children being picked up, and then it happens. Yeah, he's probably not a prophet. Probably the person pulling the strings. Yeah, and then obviously the paladin and the monk were like, we're going to arrest you, and he just went kaboom and killed, what was it, like 200-300 civilians in the town?
Yeah, because it was also not blocked by walls either. So
good job, paladin. Done your job. 5 stars. At least you don't have to protect them anymore.
I mean...
Oh, wait. We're in a blood moon's darkness situation. All the souls are trapped.
Yikes.
You just condemned 200-300 people to living darkness. Good job. Yeah, and like
Yikes.
my wizard thief is the person going, I'm the one with the conscience right now. Why am I feeling bad? This wasn't my fault. And then my
This
character
is
had a
why the
psychotic
paladin.
break.
Yeah, yeah, pretty much. Anyway, so Red
Anyway.
Merchant with dragon repelling stones, huh?
Maybe. I'm just
Yeah.
saying.
Well,
Just don't interact with that stone and you don't activate the curse.
is it one of those?
I mean,
It sounds
If you
like
don't,
it.
if you don't get the message, then you can't be cursed
Yeah,
by it.
because
Have
if
you
previously
seen
to
me?
seeing the stone, you weren't attacked by a dragon, so it has to be an untouched.
Have you seen me as a player? Do I touch things or don't I touch things?
You touch
Tell me.
everything.
Exactly. I touch everything. There we go. Dragons.
Then we play another underwater portal situation and I'm gonna have to drag you away.
Maybe.
No, I've got it. I've got it. We need a Stone of Cassius repellment.
Isn't
Yeah,
that just
just-
you throwing
and-
a rock at his head?
You know, let's just
Yes.
make it easier. We need a childproof leash.
No, we just need a rock that we keep throwing at his head, and oh wait, we've got a coin that returns whenever we throw it.
I am going to murder you in your sleep.
Hey, that's hey, guys, I'm just gonna do whack. Oh, is that something I'm not whack? Okay, I'm not doing it. Okay.
What?
But on a more serious note, Vieira wants to study that fucking coin now.
Also, recap time.
Recap
Recap
time. Alright. Okay. Here we go. So we first started the session with resolving some of the time skippy whippy parts. What I've written down about that is that both Cassius and Samira were whisked away by
Amelia Graf.
big boobs in your face, and she basically, both of them kind of offered in different ways assistance or money in return for these the mystery box, the mystery gift. And basically to Cassius, he was like, yeah, there's this organization, well, outsiders. She didn't even give me the fucking name. Anyway, powerful organization, blah blah blah. And she also approached Samira and was like, okay, it's the Grave Idol band, and if you gotta get your
Brigade.
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 Same
Tomato,
thing.
tomato.
Whatever. One of them plays music, one of them puts out fires. Whatever.
It's Gip.
It's
Gip.
It's Gip. It's just
It's
Gip.
Gib.
Gip
Yeah.
case. And basically offered the same thing, or insinuating that Samir would steal from Cassius, which is ridiculous.
Yeah.
And we got some, well, basically both told her nope. And later, okay, actually that's later. I'll get to that. We also have some notes about how Fabian's family ascended into the nobility. I don't see how that was exactly relevant, but personal responsibility, and most people frown on Amalia because she wants to get into the nobility.
If we need someone to do our taxes in the city, we hire him. That's how it's relevant.
He's a reliable dude.
He's a
That's what we know.
Not only that, but it also gave you the information how you become nobility in Romania. By the way,
he worked his way up by not being a noble.
Well, his
very important.
Family did.
Yeah, exactly. By doing great services to the city.
Yeah.
I mean, Amalia Graf just showed cleavage and then paid a lot of money, by the sounds of it. Vieira can do that.
I mean,
Yep.
All right.
That's new money. That's new blood.
New blood.
Yep.
And also what happened during this time skipping whippy, what I wrote down, that Vieira resolved her urge to hunt with the bow. And she also did a conversation between brackets in those days, which was later told to Cassius and then later to Samira. What that was actually, well, not exactly what conversation about, but at least with who. And Layla left to go and scout the place with Avahara, meaning the place where there would be some scouting. There was a little bit of confusion about that during the session.
Ritual site, yeah.
Ritual site. Any case, for the night of the 33rd, I have some more notes. There was a conversation about Amalia. There was Samira that had another option of carrying things around, and she revealed the portable hole. So we have another. Well, Lena has another bag to administer. There was a little bit of a conversation about the house, which is going to be completely ours. It's not going to be rented. There's going to be an alchemical lab, herb gardening, enchanting location.
And a smithy.
And a smithy, and a glassblower.
Yep.
And there was a little bit of a conversation, like possibly enchanting a single room to be secure as a safe house, or setting up a different safe house, or setting up safe houses in Taria. A little bit of discussion about who's going to invest where, and about the money situation. I have the notes also. The smithy is fine. The enchanter is fine. The alchemy lab is superior, and the garden is superior in quality. So we can create some nice stuff with it.
Yep.
Then there was a conversation about the ritual, and Vera being like, wait a minute, they're scouting, but that's useless. I can get it. Or we can find the location by ourselves. We don't need to do this ritual. And this was not waylaid to Layla in the days previously. So she was going to do that right that evening. So she basically fucked off to another inn. Stuff happened there.
Bye.
She went, and that's all I have about that because I wasn't there. Then Cassius had a conversation with Bo about who the fuck is Amelia, and she's apparently a celestial. She is not that super big, but she's between Demon Daddy and Bo, probably more like Demon Daddy. Like in terms of big dick size, and
longer than big.
Longer than, yeah. She can transform between different forms. This is what he said. I just wrote down. This is how he talks.
That was actually a very important hint.
Because we're all planning on hiring her services. His services, their services.
Are we?
More on the case of they're gonna be a nemesis.
Yeah.
I have a feeling.
I don't think.
Or at least an annoyance.
Yeah, you know, all the people that were annoying us ended up dead in some way or the other, so, or taken care of.
Not necessarily, but moving on.
Some of them. Anyway.
Most of them.
Anywho, there was a little bit more information about this organization who basically helps warlocks, wizards, necromancers, hags, not definitely great people. Like some of them might be okay, but overall, it's not the best organization.
They're not evil. They're misunderstood.
Exactly. I mean, I'm not gonna say like, oh, everyone in this organization is evil, because that's making an assumption, and we've made a lot of assumptions. So trying to get better at that. And then at the 34th of Heat, Vera returned, and she said that she didn't make any contact with her contact. That they just didn't show up, so we should just continue with the ritual. She definitely wasn't lying, so all's good. Samira sewed the pockets in our clothing, the interdimensional pockets where we store some party funds.
Yet another space to administer.
Space to administer.
Which we just filled, yeah.
We also put some potions in there, I think a couple of scrolls. There was a bit of a discussion how many scrolls we could exactly fit in there, and it was decided basically a library, so we're fine on that front. And then there was a little bit of a chill day. Cassius paid for lunch, and then Samira went back for training, I believe.
Nope.
I think so.
A bit on the evening.
We spend the morning grabbing breakfast. Cassius pays. We then head off to do the magic test in the afternoon.
Yes.
magic test. I completely didn't write that down. Thank you.
Yeah, that wasn't the afternoon. That was midday. Because
and we
commissioned the replica case for the cigar. Let case to be done on the 35th, I think.
Yeah.
That's going to be delivered in the room at that point.
Actually, my notes are a little bit jumbled up there. We grabbed breakfast in the room, from what I remember. And we were heading to do the magic test in the afternoon, but we did actually do some stuff in the morning because Viera went to the bank to convert some coin.
Yeah, I think you went to the bank.
Samira stayed behind to continue her weaving, is another note I've got.
No, that was in the evening. Cassius and Samira went to spend the morning going window shopping, doing the replica case, and then we met again for the magic, for lunch, and then the magic evaluation, and then we split again.
I've got to reconvene for lunch and then head back to the safe house next. So obviously Samira went weaving.
Samira went weaving, you guys went off to your little journey.
And then we went for a walk in the city.
Yes. Followed by a walk in the forest or swamp. Where there was a conversation with Tiffany. And there was some advice given about visiting the father through the temple. And we got the very good tip that we should ask questions to the father like he is a child that doesn't know how to live or to be alive. Because basically they don't really live, they have a purpose and they do that purpose. Also, time is messed up for them, so asking if a thing is going to happen, you basically get the answer it already happened and it already did not happen and it's happening right now, so...
Pretty much.
You guys also know, because you didn't share with me, that one of the 4 artifacts is in a pocket space.
Was that way late by
Did we find that out without you?
Tiffany said, yep, you guys didn't transfer that to me.
I didn't write that down at all.
I didn't write that down at all either.
That one of the artifacts is in a...
No, that wasn't Tiffany. That was Samuel Lockwood telling me that one of the artifacts is in a pocket space.
Okay, okay.
I definitely
that wasn't Tiffany.
I thought it was Tiffany.
No, that was Samuel. That was when Viera went out to speak to a contact on her own. So.
I jumbled something up. Okay. I just remember that is something that wasn't shared. Okay.
Yeah. No, Viera is very aware of that. She knows she's going to have to point that out at some point, and
possibly
it will come up. Don't worry.
All right.
Will it?
Yes.
Or will it be forgotten about, like the ritual side?
No, it's not coming up now because she's pointed out that she didn't make contact with her contact. So how would she then suddenly learn that? But she will point out, probably once we get the sextant, that the next one's in a pocket space. My contact
quote unquote pointed out.
We'll see
nice
when we get there. We'll see when we get there.
We'll see when we get there. Recap.
Continue.
Anyway,
you were at the time and space is weird part.
Yeah, time
I
being different.
I want to point out the thing that is important here is that they keep saying that things have happened or will happen, or will happen, not happening right now. Never happening right now at the same time. Tiffany explained this to Viera. There is no parallel. Like there's no.
The only thing happening right now is now.
Yes.
Okay, but it can happen, or
something has happened, or will happen.
Okay.
Maybe
only one thing is happening at this point in time. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That's good to know.
So for OC clarification, just one more time, because some of your character, like I leave it up to you guys to decide whether your characters understand this or not. But I need you to understand as the players, so you can make this as an informed decision. The time in this world is linear, right? In the sense there is no multiverses, so things flow from from present to you know what I mean, from A to B.
Linear.
Yeah, linear. So what Tiffany means with this happened in the future for me, from your perspective, this is gonna happen in the future, but to her, it happened time was reset and it was basically undone, and now the time is again in the past, but it's now flowing forward. So the thing that happened for her from your perspective in the future might or might not happen ever again. She doesn't know until it reaches that point of time again. But she remembers it because she has been removed from the normal flow.
Mm-hmm.
So this is why it's like she still remembers it, but
it's like watching a video and fast forwarding and rewinding, and then replaying it to see if the same thing happens again.
So basically, it's like she went through the time, recorded it in the video, then traveled back in time, and now that time doesn't exist anymore except in her memory, right? So yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay. That's good to know, because I thought it was more of a thing that they kind of like exist at those.
No.
Like,
so like
same points in. Oh, okay.
No.
That's
they only exist in one place at one time.
Yes.
I was
like everybody else.
But
time is different for them in that if they rewound 6 weeks now, we would not remember it.
But
they would remember it.
They would.
Yeah. So I mean, if you want to chalk that up to a conversation Cassius and Viera have, where she clarifies that. Viera knows that.
Yeah, and then there's also levels of presence where, like, Tiffany, for example, she's tied to the time she's in. She cannot travel back and forth, right? But the father can. The father can appear in whatever time.
Yeah, the father kind of like goes everywhere where he pleases, but the others kind of just get their time reset, but they just remember it, and everyone else just doesn't remember it.
Yes.
Mortals don't. Deities, if you will. Spirits, all those sorts of people do.
A few select individuals, yes. Not even all spirits can do it.
More mental level, basically.
Yeah. But anyway, so yeah, it's not timey-wimey. It's just literally one linear time, and that gets fast-forwarded or rewound, and that's it.
Okay, that clarification is actually useful, because I was thinking more timey-wimey bullshit.
No, it's like... Because I didn't want to keep track of multiverse bullshit, so I decided there's no multiverse.
That's a very good decision.
Yeah, I mean, Samira had a visual representing of time rewinding that the father did in her vision.
Yes,
I mean,
that then.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Moving on.
Anyway.
Moving on.
And then there was a conversation also with Tiffany about her experience with the crystal, where there was a whole thing on it with that his shards were first used as a part of like magical devices, or that's what she first found it as, or first talked to him, and basically there's a lot of notes here. Sorry, this is all jumbled, and it at some point impaled her, where it was eager to reach out for contact but not to hurt her. There's clusters around him, like entire clusters in the sky, and like as stars or in the ground. And basically every single time she was talking with him, the messages, or at least became clear, or as if he was guiding her. But she started at a much later point with the crystals further, like with all 8 already in her back present. So, and then she basically also explained the nervous system, which I written down sort of. And blah blah blah. Ley lines, New Haven. There was a clarification of the town that Cassius saw in his dream.
I forgot New Haven has actually a translation for Viera, so I'm gonna give you that. Just give me a second. Like, you continue recap.
Carry on.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. I mean, this is all like a bunch of shit. So, and we got his name, which is Uriel. Then Tiffany helped name him, because that was in her world, that was the Angel of Light. And then at some point the conversation was finished. Tiffany had to go, and Cassius and Viera made it back on well, not even giant elk. Is it a giant elk or is it like
giant
elk? Giant elk.
Massive.
Humongous elk.
Humongous elk, gargantuan elk.
With a couple of branches.
It was a bit of fun.
Made their way back to the city more or less intact. Even though like Samira was sending them messages and they were texting while driving, which is never a good idea. Don't do it.
Screaming while driving, more like.
Yeah, you know. At least it was hands-free, so...
At least it wasn't blind.
Also not blind.
Sorry guys, one quick interruption. Wait.
We'll stay, yes.
Thank you.
Yay.
There we go. Now everyone will be alive. Thank you.
Well,
huh?
There's not going to be a TPK. Everyone's going to be alive.
Yeah, I mean, the last time we got a mustache, Vera still died, but yeah. Sure.
It's a TPK ward, not a death ward.
Anyway, who cares? She's alive. She's not dead. That's what matters.
That time's the charm.
Exactly. Gunning for it. There was a bit of a conversation when they came back. Samira also did some stuff while they are away. She didn't talk about it.
Nope.
I think not at all. She was definitely both. I think Cassius and Viera was like something's up, but she doesn't talk about it, so nothing's wrong. And there was a little bit of talk about some of the questions for the father. And I think it's like a couple of the questions were already collated, basically. And then afterwards, we went for drinks in the tavern where we had an encounter with Prudentius Salvito, who is a gnome, and he basically first gave us a whole fucking lore dump, unasked for, by the way, but we got it anyway. There you go.
To be fair, I'm sure you did ask how you could help him, and he then went on his...
No, he just said, this is my name, and here you have all the information about the merchant from the Ish, blah, 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 Protectorate of Ponds, separated into 3 groups, 9 phases of Ish, non-traditional mage order, blah, 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 spiritism, alchemy, energies latent in the world, technological shit, healing and medical science and reanimation.
Small correction, it was supposed to be New Home, not New Haven.
New Home. Wow.
New Home. I'll spell it out in chat.
I mean...
Home with an L, right?
Yeah. New...
Thought so. If you had to spell it, it was with a L.
There, that's how it's spelled.
Alright, I'll correct that in my notes, because otherwise I have it wrong there. And then basically he got finally to the point where they, his organization was kind of like expanding into, well, they were in the city, primarily for the auction, but they were way late and they didn't make it on time. And they are interested in the map, because of course it is. Of course they are. Everyone is. And they were also interested in expanding some of their services in the city. And basically were interested to buy the map. But as a substitute for that, after you find out we were not interested in selling, they would be interested in getting the like a good enough sketch of the layout of the ley lines.
Of the inner world.
Of the inner world.
Specifically.
Yeah. Specifically. And then we said we would discuss this. He went off to irritate the barman, and we basically left it there, I think.
Yep.
Yeah?
Yeah. We didn't, it was still the same night.
Yeah.
Yeah. We were waiting for Layla to show up, weren't we?
I think so.
I mean, she didn't show up that evening. I told you that already. Like,
do you guys have 5 minutes? My girlfriend needs help with something.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
No problem.
I can explain to Chris in the meantime. So, New Home is like one of those Elven words, like Evermeet, that sounds English, but it isn't. Because Evermeet means mood of the people, if you translate. Right? So to Viera, it would be like, oh, it might be a common word, but hold on a second, it means this in Elven.
Mm-hmm.
Oops.
It means oops in Elven.
Yeah, it means oops in Elven. Exactly.
Whoops.
Foundry or OBS is like messing with my shit again. There we go. Now it's proper.
Sounds messy.
Yes. But yeah, new home.
All good.
Yeah. Just wanted to give it a detail.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're still sitting at the bar, still sitting at the table having drinks, aren't we?
Yeah, but we're also waiting for Abel to get back.
Yeah, I know. But we're also waiting for food as well, aren't we? Or did we
I think
eat
we
already?
were eating already. We have been here an hour, I think, in the bar so far, because we were here before the guy came, the gnome came, and then we were here for like 10 minutes after.
I couldn't remember if we ate. I know we had like lunch, but we didn't have. You guys didn't stop for food, did you?
I think we got. Yeah, I think we ordered something. I don't know.
I can't remember. I know Viera didn't need to eat because that was part of the conversation last week. That wasn't pointed out in the recap.
Yep. Yeah, so we had to have ordered because the note for Viera's food consumption, the berry thing, had happened before the gnome happened, so we had to have food delivered.
Yeah.
Alright. Now it's like 30 after 8 and Rilla's still not here, so we can assume she's not coming today.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Music!
Yep. Loud music.
Have to adjust it.
You have your own settings you can adjust.
Every time music plays, it's all like, if I drop it any lower, I'm not going to hear it.
You can adjust it in the Windows setting as well for your browser.
Ridiculous.
Mixer, use the mixer, turn it down.
Ridiculous. Shouldn't have to do that.
I adjusted it.
It's just like I shouldn't have to adjust you, but no, we can't get everything.
You don't have to adjust me.
But I don't hear you, and it's like what?
Missing out on the mystery.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is this better?
That's a bit better, yeah.
Okay, I put my sound everything to half.
Okay.
No, I have to put it up. That's rude.
Well, at least you can. I couldn't put it any lower without muting it, but why is it just suddenly gone higher?
Because I slightly adjusted it for myself, so I can hear it actually.
Well, it's changing the volume for me too, so don't.
Okay.
So don't.
Yeah. Well,
How quiet are you keeping it, Chris?
It's on like fucking minimum. Now I'm just gonna flat out mute it.
Wow.
You can't just mute it. She has used audio cues before.
I've just muted it because you keep changing the volume and it keeps blasting my eardrums out every time you up it.
Oh my god. You can't mute it. You can't mute it.
It's muted because there's like two different songs playing at the same time.
If you're screaming happening or whatever audio cues happen.
One is a tavern sounds and one is a song.
Okay, well, one of them keeps going to full volume every time you change something.
Ooh, that happened to me, but in reverse when the singer was
refresh your window
mute.
Quickly, and then test it again.
Yeah.
Can't be honest.
With the Oracle, the reverse happened to me, that every new song it went to mute.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not perfect, but anyway.
Yeah.
So we're picking up. We are in the Deadly Door, aren't we?
Mhm. Yep.
Exactly.
Out of character, Shini has already shared that she will arrive tomorrow evening, but we don't know that yet.
Yeah.
I mean, she said she will come back either tonight, like the day, like tomorrow or the day after. So even in character.
Could be in the morning. She comes in the morning usually. We don't know.
Yeah, but like, AKA, if you still don't see her by 8 p.m. in the tavern, there's probably something that went wrong.
Yep.
But like, even in character, you can make the reasonable assumption that she will show up at some time during the next day.
Can't you just send her a message, Samira? Ask her if she's coming or not.
I can, but I don't want to be rude if she's busy.
She's obviously busy.
Yeah, but if she's in a fight or if she's sleeping and resting, like, you can't...
Sleeping and are we talking about the same person?
I don't want to assume.
Fucking volume on those songs. Can I just mute this browser completely?
Yikes. Still not working?
Ginny just changed something and it just went to full volume and deafened. Well, something changed. Dawn Comes started playing and it deafened me. So I muted the tab now.
Yeah, okay. If audio cues happen, I'll let you know.
Yeah.
Ouch. Don't want to get too deafened.
Sorry about that.
I prepped audio cues.
No worries. No. Ooh, okay. There's been some technical issues.
Muted.
If there's any audio cues, we have to alert Chris because he has
Foundry keeps deafening me every time a song plays, and it's literally gonna give me a headache in 5 minutes if I don't mute it.
Yeah, so we gotta be keeping an eye out for that.
I don't know what the fuck is going on with Foundry, but I keep changing the volume to like minimum, and then a new song plays, but it plays at maximum.
Oh, are you doing like global or just per song?
Both.
Oh, okay. The global volumes. Adjust the global volumes playlist and ambient interface and turn that low. That should be fine.
Shall I take a screenshot for you?
Yes. Or share your screen for a second.
I believe you. Like I said, the same thing happened for me. Sometimes it fucks up.
Because each song has its individual volume.
There were some fucky things also going around with the
Oracle.
Yeah, so like if the globals are different, it's like it tries to inherit from the globals, but it doesn't.
Yeah, I now turned all the globals down to like 45%.
That's what my globals are on.
Okay.
And I've been adjusting the individual songs as they start to drop them as well.
Okay.
But the second a new song plays, that volume on the song goes to maximum and I get deafened. For whatever reason. So.
Yeah, that's not good.
Not good.
Not good.
Okay. You keep mute.
Yeah, we'll let you know. Or Shinny will alert you ahead of time. Who knows?
I will do the PM thing.
You'll be the first one to hear anything anyway.
Anyway, you're in the tavern. It's after 8 p.m. As I said, Lila hasn't shown up. Mm-hmm. You guys started talking about sending. Sending a sending.
Did we?
Chris started.
Chris what?
I think Vieira was like, why don't you just send her a sending?
Yeah, why don't you just send her a message and ask her if she's coming or not?
Yeah, like I said, I don't... It's evening. I don't know if they're resting and what. I don't know what they're doing during.
At which point,
reconnaissance.
Are we talking about the same person? Layla never rests.
She doesn't
never
rest.
Sleeps.
She is unstoppable.
Exactly. There we go. Even Cassius says send the message.
So what should I send her?
Hi, are you coming? If not, do you need help? Keep it short and sweet.
Alright. My God.
Because she might need help. This is Layla we're talking about. She always needs help. She just never admits for it.
What?
Hey Layla, it's Samira here. Sorry for the interruption. Just wanted to check in. How's it looking? You guys need help or everything good?
Could have been 15 words less.
Oh, fuck off.
It's a little bit convoluted, but I can respect it.
Yeah, I hate the swamp so much. Fuck my life. I'll be back tomorrow morning. All good. Chill.
She's alright. She hates the swamp, so very much reminiscent of you, Cassius. But she'll be back tomorrow.
Should have taken a tracker with her.
Tracker? Okay, yeah.
Should have just not gone into the swamp.
What do you think the odds are that she's going to get to the same clearing we were just in, like, an hour ago?
Unlikely.
Honestly, the way things
you
are
say
going...
that? It's the only dry place in that place?
But you guys were not gone for 2 days.
Yeah. Maybe they're just not looking in the right area.
That's because I'm a tracker and I know how to move in the swamp.
Alright.
Hey.
What a nice humble brag. It's good.
Layla knows what she's
Layla's
doing.
great. She knows what she's doing. She's not a swamp person, just like you, Cassius.
And you are a swamp person?
Did you see
I thought
me
you came from forests.
Yeah,
not a swamp.
Swamp is just forest with a bit of water.
It's not just forest with a little bit of water. It's
Yeah.
way worse than that.
It really is.
Nah,
Completely different flora and fauna.
There's fucking
There's a
mosquitoes.
couple of extra different creatures. It's usually warmer.
It sucks.
So
it makes me want to kill myself, and the forest is fine. Yeah, so it really adds a lot more.
You're being dramatic now.
No. How dare you? This is just the way I talk. Come on. Anyway. So what did she say afterwards? We got lost in the swamp.
Yeah, just that. No, she didn't get lost in the swamp. She just said that she hates the swamp.
No, we got lost in the swamp.
We didn't get lost in the swamp.
The swamp story. You guys? Sometimes? She's coming in the morning, yeah? She's coming in the morning.
Tomorrow.
Okay. Perfect.
That's only because it's going to take her that long to dry her hair from the swamp.
In the background, you can still hear in the gnome, Salvatore's like, oh, how delightful. Oh.
Okay, this is ruining the atmosphere.
Have you got that coin with you, Samira?
Wait a second.
Which
bag is it in?
You have it as well. It's shared. You can just reach into your pocket and get it. Why? Are you in a high place?
Viera pulls it out, slams it on the table in front of them.
What are you doing?
Quietening him.
What?
What?
Oh, it's that coin. It's the Zone of Silence.
It's the stone.
Oh, I thought you meant the...
Oh.
No. Yeah, I'm just
I was also thinking
bounce
about
the coin off the gnome's head. No,
but he's on a different table. Like, it's not wide of a radius.
I'm pretty sure it only works when you... Actually, though, but this is a good point. The coin that you mentioned, Cassius, that is something I do want to look at.
Also, all the tavern sounds immediately die on.
Plus, it's not in the pocket. The stone is in my haversack.
Well, Cassius said it's in the pocket.
Yeah, the coin of delving. That's the coin, because you fucking were saying the coin of delving, so you just slapped the coin on the table. It's like, yeah, that doesn't do anything.
Okay, I'm gonna reiterate Cassius. Sometimes this group is driving me crazy.
So are we putting the Zone of Silence on or not?
Well, Viera doesn't have access to it, so
she just puts the coin on the table.
I put the coin on the table.
Yeah.
And then she'll look at it and be like, do you mind if I borrow this, actually?
I mean, that's why I put it in the pocket.
Yeah.
Because it's clearly got magic to return it to your hand, right? That's what it does.
Does it? Have you tried it before?
Cocks his head.
Isn't that what it does?
It stay down?
I thought it returned to you once you finish.
I have no clue. I've never used it.
Well, we certainly didn't pick it up again from the bottom of the spider hole.
That's exactly what we did.
No,
we went down after, right?
Guys, we amended it.
Ginny
returned.
retconned
Oh yeah,
it.
we retconned it. Oh yeah,
I
sorry.
will murder you all.
Oh yeah. It definitely returned to your hand. Why?
Why? Can you not think of a good application for that?
Your dagger, yeah.
What?
Get the daggers returned. And your arrows. And I don't really throw much.
No,
Well,
but
I
if you
guess
could,
I guess the last dagger I threw got stuck into a misty person, so could have returned that.
I'm not gonna throw the dagger that I have. Are you absolutely
but
insane?
if you are sure it would return to you,
I would not throw the dagger
and you
that
were
I have.
chasing someone.
I have other things for that.
Oh, my goodness. Viera, can you remember when we went to the spider temple? Like, sometimes, you know, these effects that happened. Something happened to, similar happened to my mall, and I threw and it returned to me as well.
What?
Did it?
Since when?
Yeah, it was
You mean the fight where I died, basically?
almost. You were just poisoned.
Just.
Yeah.
Sure.
You had a lot of worse things happen to you.
Yeah, actually.
That's not wrong, to be fair.
Yeah. You almost died. Thankfully, you did not. We almost died. Thankfully, we did not. But I remember a lot of crazy shit happened. But that
was that one of the things, because you had the radiant stuff coming off you as well?
It's a lot of weird
was
different
it related
shit.
to that?
Yes, but a lot of weird different shit happens sometimes. A lot of times it's teleportation, and apparently that one time it happened to my mall. Well, it came back to me after throwing.
But that would be useful, right? If you could enchant your maul to come back to you, people aren't going to expect you to throw a maul at them, but if you did, they would be so flabbergasted by that.
Yes.
I mean,
I have no clue how to replicate that, since that hasn't happened again since then.
But if we can use the coin to investigate that, we will have a suitable location to do this shortly.
Yeah.
Maybe we should look at seeing if we can replicate it, or if they can replicate it. We're going to hire someone anyway, so...
How are we doing that anyways, if we are commissioning our own stuff to be done? Are we paying for the materials, but not... What are we doing, full cost?
Well... Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
we would probably have to get hold of the spell or the enchantment via a scroll, perhaps.
So scrolls can be used during enchanting things?
To cast the spell, to enchant it with, I assume so.
Yeah, I was wondering that about my sort of enchanting, since I don't know, I talked with one of you guys about it before.
Well, maybe we should go and talk to Giuseppe.
We're going to that...
Giuseppe.
We're going to the... We're going to meet up tomorrow anyways, the whole group again, so that's...
Including the researchers?
I think so, yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's the whole group.
I don't recall that. It's news to me.
It's the...
I thought it was just Avahiro.
You are confused about a lot of things lately.
I'm busy a lot lately.
I know. And you
too many things.
Yeah. Too many things busy and keeping them to yourself. Yeah. Too many things clustering in your head, yeah. But yeah, I think...
Insight check.
Even I was like, oh my god, that's like a elbow, broken rib elbow.
Insight check.
Well, roll it, don't say it. Say it, don't spray it.
Oh, I did that open. Whoops. Doesn't matter.
Too late.
Too late.
Yeah, she's lying.
She's not exactly lying, that she was I didn't lie. She didn't lie anything. She was just... There's a certain...
indirect hint.
Yeah, it's tumult happening in her features about the topic of sharing of
information.
Activities.
Yeah.
Information and activities.
Slight, very, very well hidden, I think, at this role, actually. Unhappiness. Vieira. Chris. Are you still there?
Yeah, shut up. Is everything okay?
Yeah, yeah, why are you asking? Everything's fine.
Is there something you think I'm keeping secrets about?
Well, I wouldn't accuse you of keeping secrets, per se.
Or is there something you want... Perhaps not secrets. Is there something you think I've been light with the details on?
I don't want to have any fights before whatever the fuck is happening tomorrow.
Not fights. No, I get the impression you think I'm holding back on information for something. And I'm not sure what it is.
Honestly, I'm just never sure. Being honest, I'm just never sure about if any of you guys are keeping this information from me. From me, because it seems to be the routine that I'm the last one to know shit.
Okay.
Sorry to burst out with this, but I'm just never sure.
That's fine, but the last to know shit about what?
Anything. Be that important stuff like...
Well, that's not true. You knew about the house before Cassius did.
Well, that was one thing.
It's not so much that we're keeping stuff from you. Like, is this about us going off earlier on our own?
No, not necessarily. No, it's just...
Because we kind of left you because you wanted to do your
I know. I understand
like
that.
in the spur of the moment. I mean, it wasn't like necessarily like, okay, let's not take her. Like, it was just more of like, okay, we have time now, let's go. And
yeah, I don't want to be Miss Bitchy here about this. It's just something that I myself have to not, be hung up upon. It's just,
I think if it bothers you, like, talk it out. But I mean, there's always going to be. I mean, not to put stuff in your face, but when we got back, clearly something was up with you as well. And if you want to talk about it, you can talk about it. If you don't want to talk about it, you don't want to talk about it. I mean, there's nothing malicious or...
I know. I'm sorry that I'm just... Yeah.
So, like, do you want to talk about what was bothering you earlier? Or do you not want to talk about that?
Maybe later, but no, I am not really in the mood right now. I'm sorry for bringing on the fucking mood. I didn't notice I was that hung up on this shit.
If it's important, then we should talk.
And especially... I mean, definitely what you say, like not getting into a fight before something important happens. But if you also have some like certain doubts or things on your mind, that's only going to distract you.
That will distract you.
Yeah, or something that we should know before, or you think that's something that you should know before something happens tomorrow. Like, we have time for it now. We're not rushing. We're just waiting. So I think it is clearly very important to hash that shit out.
I think it's mostly something that I have to work on, like, because you are correct. We can't control spontaneous things and what we're sharing, because it just shit happens.
We can be better at it, but
I just have a bit of a control problem. If you haven't noticed before.
Nah.
Really?
I know, it's completely unimaginable.
Is there something that feels like it's outside of your control now?
Oh yeah, a lot.
Yeah.
That's a joke of a question, right?
Yeah, there's a whole bunch outside of all of our control right now. Is there something important that you feel is outside of your control right now? Like, obviously Cassius has the whole situation, which is
nothing that's immediate, nothing that's that immediate. I mean, that's cut off my finger, sort of immediate.
Okay, well, is there anything, like, do you want to talk about what isn't immediate but is on your radar? Bad choice of words, but you get the idea.
I get the idea, yeah. And maybe when we're in a room. We're in the midst of a busy tavern.
Well, Layla's not showing up and we've all eaten, so we can always leave.
Alright, I mean, yeah.
There's
Unless
actually
you
a couple
more of that.
There's a couple of things that we need to do anyway, so...
what do we need to do?
Talk about it in the room, I suspect.
Stuff the things. Let's go.
Okay, let's move our asses.
Prepare.
Yes. Prepare.
And be prepared. Vieira's going to do, while we're sitting at the table, but just pass without trace quickly.
Mm-hmm.
So that our journey back from here to the safe house is obscured magically and non-magically. Unless somebody is literally watching us.
Do me also, do me stealth check.
Let's go.
Keep in mind you get to add 10. So that's a 16 for Samira.
Alright, that's a good thing for her.
28. 40. Jesus
God
Christ.
damn.
That's like even
disgusting.
For a brief moment in time, the gods were looking at Cassius and he disappeared from their sight.
I think it easily compensates for Samira's, low roll, because he's like, with that natural... I would say with a stealth check and you're stealthing in a group and somebody rolls a natural, it's like, it automatically negates whatever shitty roll somebody else rolls.
Unless someone rolls a critical fail as well.
Yeah. So the message is next stealth roll, please, someone roll that 20 always.
Yeah. That's like, that's 74 divided by 3 of us, so like that's an average of nearly 30.
Yes.
God
25.
Damn.
Nearly 25 average.
Yeah, that is ridiculously disgusting.
Just step out of the universe for a moment. Alright.
Disgusting.
Yeah.
Do you already have all the full artifacts? What are you doing?
Yep.
But yeah, you slip back to the safe
house. At
house.
some point we lose Cassius on the way home.
Easily enough.
With that roll, Cassius loses himself.
It's actually, with that roll, you even find some new allies you haven't seen before on the way back.
Ooh, excellent.
New allies.
We like new allies. Is there someone someone getting knifed in it, and there's ethereal music coming from the other one?
No, but
amazing.
It's a medieval style city. It has this, like, the city hasn't been built with a plan.
Yeah.
Unlike, you have a more of a even structure inside the walls, because this location was clearly chosen as the capital city. But outside, it had like a more natural growth. So there was no like city planning. So you have like a house, and then another house sprung somewhere up, and then basically as they grew together, it formed this like a whole maze of like little side alleys and dead ends and stuff like that. So yeah, you found a few like narrow, and mind you, these are all narrow passages where like it's wide enough for like a person to go through. It's not wide enough for like traffic. So yeah, you get back to your room, to Layla's safe house.
Home sweet home.
Indeed.
So, 2 things.
Mm-hmm.
Or 2 things?
Continue.
Okay.
Some things. Yep.
Some things. Samira, if you want to talk about certain things, that's priority. Otherwise, Vera, I still would like to look at your bow. Just get that done before, because if there's something that we could use tomorrow, or something that we need to know if it's going to explode in your face, or
ooh, what?
No,
I don't know.
It's not going to explode in my face. I had the urge to hunt, and the bow was giving me an urge to hunt.
Oh, maybe tomorrow's going to give you the urge to hunt me or Samira, so I'd rather take
No, it wasn't that. It was more of
it's the bow from the spirit, right? So it's a special one, right?
It's a Sorrowwood bow, which is a bow from my homeworld. Our homeworld. It's, I guess I should have said a bow from my homeland, really. They are, even amongst my kin, rare. And I guess, I don't think I've ever really told you guys much about it.
No, I think we only got, the basic oversight that Destrian gave a while back.
Yeah, the Sorrowwood is a place of great meaning to my people. And rarely someone does something of importance or relevance, or whatever you want to class it, heroic deeds, etc., that a certain kind of grove of druids allows them to cut wood from a sorrowwood tree and craft a bow or other sort of wooden weapon out of it that they might use. It's typically bows, though, amongst my people. And they are highly, I want to say magical, but they're not magical. They are highly enchantable.
Okay.
Typically the sort of thing that you associate. I mean, these people have already done great deeds amongst their people already, so they are known as prominent folk, heroes, if you like, do-gooders, whatever you want to call them. And because they are then gifted the ability to carve a bow from the tree, or gifted a bow in rarer circumstances, obviously there's an air of storytelling that comes with the weapon itself, because it accompanies someone performing such good deeds. But also there are, on rare occasions, stories of the weapons themselves taking on powers and growing with their wielder. How much of that is legend, how much of that is truth, that's up to you to decide ultimately. But they almost always follow someone of importance. It's almost like they do have their own sort of will to do that. Again, truth, fact, who knows? Might be a bit of a legend storytelling there as well going on. But
well, I believe it's not the first legend or tale I've heard of a inanimate being supposedly being sentient in some sense, or semi-sentient.
Yeah, the general consensus is that obviously my people put a lot of prominence into life and the cycle of life in general, and keeping the balance of that cycle. And the general idea is that even the trees themselves were once people, perhaps, housing spirits. You've heard of dryads. They are spirits that house themselves in trees, essentially. Tree spirits, if you like. The general idea is that the Sorrowwood trees themselves may contain the memories or the spirits of people, of my people.
Yeah.
And that is why the bows themselves, once carved, may have some sort of, I wouldn't call it sentience, but there's some memory held in the wood itself.
That actually is very reminiscent of tales of Klabautermen of ships on sea. The wood and all, retaining memories of people around it. Yeah. Interesting, that it reacted in some sense.
Here you go, Cassius. See if you can figure anything out. I suspect not, but given the recent purge, so maybe something's changed, like it has with me.
Yeah? Maybe it's growing with you. It's weird.
Maybe.
Okay. Alright. And he goes to sit down with the bow in front of him, takes out the ritual book, and cast Identify for 10 minutes.
Okay. What you guys doing during the 10 minutes? Just sitting there and staring at him?
100%.
Yeah. After you done the 10 minutes and you cast Identify, do me a favor, roll me an investigation with advantage.
Investigation with advantage, alright.
And the usual Identify roll.
Yes.
So, this is not a typical Identify. This is not a magical item yet. You vaguely know, especially after the conversation you had with Giuseppe, because I think both Cassius and Viera had this conversation, because he touched upon the topic of materials for enchanting, and that some things lend themselves better for enchanting than others. And then there's the rare occasion that a material is so good, it's actually magical in its own way without really having a magical effect. But it's just so innately magical by itself that it takes on enchantment so much easier, can hold them so much better, that it uniquely lends itself to artifacts, items of lore, items of legend, right? And there are stories of historical items like that throughout, like, you know, you've heard stories of that in your life, for sure, when you grew up. Especially in the context of, like, you know, items gifted to paladins, clerics by deities, you know, that they are like levels above something that you are carrying right now on your person. The bow doesn't have a personality, or like in the classical sense, it's something you don't really understand, because it's a different type of magic, if you will. This wood is not just a piece of wood. It's almost like the things in the world here, a living thing on its own, in a very abstract sense. And while it didn't really change from last time you looked at it, right? In that way, like, it doesn't have any, like, oh look, it's a hidden item, like, effect that we haven't seen before. It's more like, as you investigate, and this is why I wanted an investigation check on top. As you look over it, you notice the wood is more vibrant. It almost looks like it's like fresh cut rather than something older. Right? It's like it had this like look of like a wooden object that had been carved like a while ago, and now it almost looks like it's been carved, you know, a week ago, and you know, like it has been finished as an item a week ago. Like it looks new. You know how when you open up a laptop and it has this like fresh laptop smell?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so like before that it was a bow, it was a well-made bow, but it didn't look like brand new. This looks like you just picked it up from the cobbler. It's like, boom, fresh, amazing bow, right?
Okay.
The easiest way to describe it is like it came alive somehow, like it gained new life. But otherwise, there's no other hidden. There's no charm magic on it or anything.
So, yeah, Cassius looks up from the bow and just like looks at the others. Like, you're just like staring at me the whole time.
Yeah.
Shrug.
Creeps. Any case, nothing. It hasn't really changed that much, like from before. The same thing applies. Like what you said that like the material is like highly enchantable. That's what I get from it as well. Connecting that with some of the things that Giuseppe said.
Yeah.
It's a material that like it's not magical by its own, but is really susceptible to it, and it lends itself particularly well for it. In terms of it doesn't really have like you say also like personality, but it's more similar to all the stuff that we find here in this world, that everything is alive or magical at least.
Yeah.
Like more of this background stuff. It's not like typical. But one thing that I noticed, which is outside of what the identification told me, remember when we got it, it was like more, I mean, it was nice, it looks good. I mean, I don't know much about bows or wood carving, but it looked good, but it looked older, you know. It wasn't recently made, but he points towards the bow as he talks. Like you see here, it almost looks more vibrant, more like as if it was made.
Well, I've been looking after it a lot for the last
no, but like
X number of weeks.
Viera,
not looked after.
As he points this out, and here's the thing. When you're carrying something with you all the time, you don't really notice the transitions.
The subtleties. Can I do a woodcarver's tools check?
Yeah, I mean, do it with advantage. I mean, you don't even have to roll it. I'm flat out giving it to you. You didn't notice this before. This is why I didn't point it out to you, because you were carrying next to you and it's difficult to see. But now that you actually pay attention, he's right. It looks like, you know, while it looked like an aged object before, still beautiful. This now looks like it was fresh made.
Yeah.
And you as a wood carver, you know the difference between, like, you know, when you have a piece of fresh cut wood, and it's not just fresh cut wood. It's like it's like it has been like what do you call it? Stained fresh, right? Even the ink, you use the ink on it, right, from Cassius.
Mm-hmm.
Even that looks more vibrant in its color, clearer.
So, yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly.
Almost like the bow looks happier.
Yeah,
it's like rejuvenated almost.
Yeah, replenished.
I mean, you said they grow with the wielder, so with a new wielder it would start anew?
It's also the potential fact that the bow may have been in that temple for a long time doing nothing. And it's got a new lease of life, if you like, by now being out and being used and being back in the forest and back in the swamps. It's reconnecting to everything around it that it was cut off from before. Perhaps.
Yeah, like you have to wear pearls, otherwise they brittle and destroy themselves. Like you have to have skin contact with them. Like maybe it needed skin contact.
I think also possibly like just the memory of, like if you say that you got the urge to hunt something, you said so, like something elusive, right?
Something
maybe it was
difficult, it was like challenging.
So it was maybe possibly at that point like awake enough to, and that it needed to remember or
grow with you.
Yeah, possibly,
or maybe
it
it just needed to work with me. And that was why there was the urge. Like, the main concern I had was obviously if there's any kind of magic on it, suddenly. Enchantment type stuff. That would have been the big concern. But
there isn't.
With that gone, I know enough about the history of where this comes from to know that this isn't unusual as well. The only thing that concerns me is if I start getting any other different feelings, knowing full well where this wood comes from.
Why? What would be concerning?
It's not called the Sorrow Wood for no reason.
It's gonna be like the Happy Wood or something.
No. It comes from an area of my homeland that has seen more than its fair share of death and sorrow and war, basically, which is predominantly where the wood gets its name from. But yeah, as long as those sorts of feelings don't suddenly come shooting back in the middle of combat, because that will not do my concentration any good whatsoever. That was more my concern. If there was something like magical, potentially enchantment lingering on the bow itself, and maybe you just didn't see it before.
No, I was
but no.
pretty thorough. I think it's not suddenly going to contain an enchantment until you put something on it.
No,
but
I know.
But you can put a lot on it. This one, like a lot of big shit.
Over time, yeah. It's part of the reason why I got the enchantment shop set up. Partly to create my own arrows as well, but also partly to begin enchanting this. This isn't something I want someone else to do. This is something I want to do. So I'll probably approach Giuseppe for like help with learning enchanting arrows. That seems like the first simpler step, and then I can talk to him about the theatrics of enchanting a bow and go from arrows to bows.
I think you, if you expect it to last a couple of days, I think you should take out a couple of weeks for that, because that guy talks a lot.
Yeah, and that's fine. But if I'm asking him for some help on a project, I suspect he'd be more than interested to show me how he does it.
I mean, especially if it's this kind of material. Like, I can imagine for an
enchanter
that's like
he will take
material.
one look at this and eyes light up, I imagine.
I think he would try to get it from you first.
Ooh, okay,
yeah, he'll try and buy it from me. Everybody's trying to buy something from me these days.
Yeah, you're the one in charge now.
No, that's
well, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely seems interesting.
It's something that's going to be a life project, I think.
It looks like it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't just put anything like willy-nilly on it, but...
I mean, hopefully you have a long life ahead of you, now that you have fallen for the second time.
Yeah.
Is our lives.
I've wisened up, shall we say.
How are you doing with that, by the way? I remember your first time, it rattled you a lot.
I've not been good. The last 10 days have been a lot of soul searching, a lot of thinking, a lot of following people around the city just to see their daily lives, and them being completely oblivious of me watching on, and me wondering if there's somebody else doing the same to me. And kind of, I don't know, lots of self-doubt. Like dying twice can only bring you.
Hopefully you take after a breath and have an outlife, you know?
7 more to go.
I mean, I get that. I mean, of course, like, I haven't died, but this feeling of inadequacy, of not being good enough.
I'm not sure it's inadequacy, it's more I should have known better.
Feeling powerless in a sense, right?
Not even so much that. We knew we were going into the warehouse. We knew it was a relatively dangerous situation. And I wouldn't take back the actions I did because I had reasons for doing them. But I also know that there are ways to achieve the goals I was trying to achieve without being reckless. And I was reckless. It's nothing short of that. And I need to stop being reckless. The first time I went down, I was doing exactly the same thing. And there, again, were ways of me achieving the same goal without being reckless. And I should have known better then. This isn't the first time I've fought hobgoblins in a forest. This isn't the first time I've been tracking prey in cornered spaces. I should have known better.
We can only learn. And I say that as someone who's also feeling a lot of guilt for that situation.
Yeah, falling the second time doesn't feel like I've learned, though.
Yes. I don't know about guilt. Like, things happened. In a fucked up situation, fucked up shit occurs. And yeah, we should learn from it. Yeah, we should go on. But at some point, I don't know, you just like keep dwelling on it. It's important enough to learn. Exactly that. But also to learn is...
Yeah, I'm not dwelling on it because it's happened or because it's bad. I'm dwelling on it because have I learned every lesson I can learn from it?
Probably not.
Probably not. But then that gives me reason to continue to reflect on it.
And I don't necessarily have a easy time letting go of emotions. I mean, shit haunts me from decades ago. I'm not gonna...
Why?
Welcome to emotions.
Yeah, I guess that's just how I am.
Yeah, but like haunting, like doing something with it, learning from it, trying to do it differently the next time, but to let it haunt you is just a waste of time. And maybe, like, maybe speaking as someone who has a more limited time, that's easy. But it's just... The fact of the matter is you just, like, don't have time to, like, stand still and just let that shit neck you, because in the end it's just gonna weigh you down.
I just don't want to repeat mistakes.
Everyone with you, of course. No one wants to, but you're going to. Fine, deal with it. Like, it's not.
There's a time for reflection, and there's a time for action.
Exactly.
The last 2 weeks or the last week and a half have been a time for reflection.
It's good. I mean, I'm not saying it's wrong, but to let things haunt you for so long, to stand still with everything that happened, it's good to remember, and it's good to reflect, and good to say, okay, I fucked up that time, better not do it this time. But
God, that's easy to say. It's easy to say.
It is. But at some point, you also need to learn that it's doable. It's not easy to do, but it's doable. And you just focus on the next thing, and you're just like, okay, this is what I did, but this is how I'm going to do it, and probably then you'll make a new mistake. or your decision will lead you to different mistakes. Yeah, fuck. Well, what then?
Then there'll possibly be another death, and I don't fucking want that.
Of course not.
That's okay.
I'm not going.
I've got another egg to revive.
What? You got a new one? Or? Oh. Any case, of course, that's a situation we would want to avoid, but there's big fish here. You know, there's people that we're going to get in contact with, that we're probably going to get in contact with, or maybe going to get in contact with tomorrow. You know, shit's going to happen. Better be prepared for it, but shit's going to happen. So,
you know, I'm doing my best to be acting instead of freezing. Believe me, I'm doing my best to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's gonna be a journey to do whatever you're saying.
People have often accused me of acting too rashly, and most of it is true. But in the end, I'm still alive, right? We're still alive. We just move on. We do what we think is best, and you know, fuck the rest. That's simple as. So, yeah. I don't know, maybe I'm not old enough or something, but
no, it's a joyfully simple vision. Yeah.
I wouldn't say simple. It's trained, it's learned. But I think in the end it will only help, and the balance in it is good. Just doing just doing shit and repeating your same mistakes, of course not. But just dwelling.
Speaking of doing shit, you remember you wanted to know what Samira was why she was in the States.
Yeah.
Shitty.
Getting there. Oh my god. Oh my god.
I'm not letting the session derail again. Shush, you were complaining about, oh my god, we do so much talking all the time. You're welcome.
Oh my god.
God damn.
Someone's
impatient.
I'm sorry. I'm being quiet now.
Heart's your way, don't worry. I understand. Yeah, we can only learn from each other. Yeah, you said we balance.
Exactly.
We balance.
So, talking about which, balance or acting or whatever the fuck.
Pablo's murdering Shinny in the background.
So we basically don't know shit what's going to happen tomorrow.
No, we don't.
I'm not interested in. I was also interested in talking about the gnome shit, but I think I can wait.
That has to wait. I'm not even gonna send. I don't think we can. We're not gonna send a message or anything tomorrow.
We'll just do it later.
Whatever. Afterwards. He can wait a bit.
But talking about preparing and talking about, well, whatever was mentioned downstairs, Sammy.
Yeah.
Is there something that you need to get off your chest, because this is the time to do it?
While you guys were gone, I might have been a bit reckless.
There's that word again.
You don't have to clap. You don't have to clap. Seriously. Seriously. That was unnecessary.
Sorry.
Don't be smug. Stupid.
What happened? What's up?
Like I said, I was doing a Cassius.
I don't know if I should feel honored or offended.
Take it how you want it. No comment. So yeah, I was fuck. When I got my new bag, my new space, I got a potion as well of mind reading. And I read Winnie's mind. Yeah. I was twofold doing a Cassius.
Wait, you got a potion of mind reading? We
yes.
have one.
I got a second one.
Ah.
I know. It's
okay.
Different. Yeah. I wasn't really thinking as rationally as I'm doing now.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I was a bit more on the bitchy, grumpy side at that point. Probably had all intentions of not mentioning it for a while, so I just simply bought another one. Moving on. I read Winnie's mind, and I had practically a memory area left of my patron. Yeah. I remember you said you just saw him, but you didn't. You got pushed out afterwards, right?
He was just sitting in a room, and I didn't really see much because he was all like blurry.
Mm-hmm.
I saw the sigils.
That's him usually, yeah.
I saw the sigils around him, but I didn't see, like, he was just sitting there breathing. He wasn't really doing anything.
When I went, I kind of I was embodying him. I remember the memory. It must have been a recent one. It felt like a recent one, and he wasn't alone. There was another outsider and the father there.
With him?
Yeah. Yeah. He was working with or for the father. I don't know. But they were working together for that point. He felt, yeah, it's... I don't think he's necessarily as bad as you thought.
Okay, so...
Yeah, so,
So you guys have both had visions of your own patrons? People?
Well, I was attempting to mind read / contact him, yeah. So it makes sense that I would reach him. Would have been fucked if I reached the Traceless or whatever.
Okay, but did they like do anything, or they were just standing there, or
no? They were. I don't really know the context of it, but the outsider arrived where the father and my patron were. He was already there. He was lying on the floor. I don't know what. It picked up off when he was on the floor already there. And yeah, like I said, he was an outsider, like blue. I don't know what the fuck kind of person he was. He was blue. Never seen, yeah, outside of like fish people seen a blue man. That was strange. So there was a conversation going on with the father and the Blue Man, that the Blue Man was too early at the place and not at the right time, and then the blue person asked a question and got his head exploded. Father rewound time and his head reconstructed itself again. So let's please not ask any stupid questions in the future with him. It's graphic. I don't want any of us to have that to happen to them. It looks like it hurts a lot.
I guess that explains why Tiffany said to make sure you ask the right questions.
Yeah, your head explodes, quite literally, just like a watermelon.
I mean, the father told me as much. He said he already had to clean up that mess. A mess that happened when people asked vague questions.
Yeah. But I know that the blue person was supposed to be at the patron's place, the ritualistic site, eventually. Like that was the word, eventually. And then, at the behest of the father, my patron made a gate that brought the outsider here. To this world, I think. Like, made him outsider. Like, we traveled through. I remember, he became an outsider because the father said that's how he enters and that he will never leave, just like he said to us.
So your patron got this blue man here.
Yeah, I remember that the father wasn't that happy about it, but I think the Blue Man was not the only one who came through. Like, I mean, obviously not, but not the only one who came through for the eventually purpose.
I mean, maybe this was the way it was done before. Like the trials were something relatively recent, right? We heard something about it that it was not, or you could feel also, but maybe like your patron was some kind of sort of like gatekeeper.
Could have been. He was working with the father for sure, but there was some tension there still.
When he said eventually, like he's going to get there eventually, like it's another just like time shit, right?
Like, I don't know. It was like Blue Man was there too early. It wasn't the right time. He would have to be there eventually, but father didn't answer. Yeah.
I mean, he was probably just preventing another head explosion. He was like doing something to. He was using a word that the Blue Man could understand, but.
What was the question he asked before his head exploded?
Before his head exploded, when the right time would be. So probably eventually is.
How do you convey the right time without showing someone everything they need to know?
It's time exactly if it's going to be in the future, but it might not happen if other decisions are made. So, but there's just a lot of possibilities that could lead up until that point.
Yeah.
So he probably got shown everything.
More than a mortal mind could probably take and understand.
Yeah. Because I remember he said that.
So the answer eventually is the only way that person would be able to convey that it will definitely happen. at some point.
Yeah.
Or it might happen.
Well, no,
eventually will happen.
But
not
the
like
Blue
all
Man
the
could still
decisions
die.
leading
Up until it.
Yeah, exactly.
The Blue Man could still die before he reaches eventually.
Mm.
Yeah. I don't know what the eventually is. I don't know why they're going to the place, the ritualistic site.
Okay, so, but basically you saw your patron
moving an outsider in.
Moving him in. But this, was this before or after he got, stabbed?
After.
So
he was already shattered. But still very powerful.
I mean, if he's doing the same thing that this whole system of towers with those circles and shit is doing, then
it felt like he was, when he made the gate, like he was in the world responding to his wish.
Oof.
So your patron is connected to the world somehow.
When he uses the runes, like he inscribed symbols, like he has all those symbols around him, so he had to use those, but he still could touch upon the world and manipulate it when he did.
And there were no names mentioned.
No names. Well, some sort of city. I don't really remember the name, but didn't really pay attention to that. Where the Blue Man came from before, I didn't recognize it.
From where he was?
Yeah, the old place. His previous home, like our home. I didn't recognize it from I don't know.
It's probably not something I would recognize either.
Yeah. I was kind of mind blown by a lot of other stuff, so I didn't really mark that down.
Okay.
Well, at least you didn't get the Blue Man's perspective of...
Yeah.
Of mind blown, yeah.
No, especially because at the beginning he was already deaf. And then the father healed him to no longer be deaf.
Oh.
I don't know how that happened, but I don't know. Yeah, the name, I don't think it was important. He was just the first of many. Or more, I don't know how many, but first of more to come. But he said one word that I recognized from when he talked to me. Potential. Which I am so goddamn confused by. That word can mean so fucking much.
Yeah, unrealized potential. Perhaps.
Okay.
Well, that explains why you were a little off
baffled?
when we first got back.
Yeah. I would say so, but...
I mean, we had a talk with Tiffany. I say we.
Yeah.
Cassius did. The son's name is potentially Uriel?
Uriel?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
The Angel of Light?
Oh.
I mean, it fits.
Yeah.
And Tiffany was one of the people to help give him that name? I'm trying to think if there was anything else important discussed while we were out that isn't Cassius's crystal business, because that's for him to share if he chooses to.
I mean, I think when we got back, the most important information is it's benign and it helps.
It's beneficial, yeah. You panicked when he reached out to you initially, but now that you understand that was just to kind of communicate with you.
Yeah.
It's good that at least one of your benefactors is not malicious.
It does make me wonder if the person in your vision is the son.
Who?
The son.
In my vision.
I can tell you right away, you absolutely 100% know that the blue man is not the son.
No, I think Chris is meaning the patron.
The patron.
Oh.
The shattered individual on the floor.
I think we talked about that before, but I don't think it's likely. Because I remember...
Well, you say you don't think it's likely, but the fact that the word eventually was used in this vision, you said the blue man could die. The father can also just bring him back. The father can also just rewind time.
Yes.
Until such a point as he can try again. And perhaps that's what he meant by eventually.
But the blue man wasn't someone special at that moment.
Doesn't need to be. Doesn't need to be.
Sorry, ignore that.
I don't know.
He only has to know what he knows at the point he's rewound to. And then he gets to try again with one word of advice: don't do X. And this time he won't do X, and then he'll try something else, and that'll set off a whole new chain of potential.
Yeah. It's
like, can you imagine if somebody rewound us to the point where I said, let's go in to the warehouse?
Well, it seemed the father did it, though, the rewinding.
Exactly. But he controls everything.
Yeah. Of course he does. Well,
so
not every individual action, but...
No, he doesn't, but... I get the impression in a time and space around him, he can choose, I'm going to rewind time here, now. I'm going to rewind 5 minutes and unexplode the guy's head.
Mm-hmm.
Back to the point where he began the conversation. This time, give you a different answer, instead of trying to, by the sounds of it, convey every possible moment and decision his brain would need to know in order for that time to happen. This time the answer was just eventually. And so that already changed what in a normal world should have happened. He should have had his head exploded and died, and that's it. Oh no, but find a new one. But the father this time went, no, rewind. Right, you got a second chance.
No. I understand, but that doesn't feel right. I just remembered that the father... Yeah, I said it before, the father wasn't happy about the blue man. He wasn't supposed to be there.
Yet.
He wasn't supposed to be at the place. He wasn't supposed to be here. He said here. Not anything with the time when he first said it. He said eventually later. But he wasn't supposed to be at the place. My patron felt guilt almost. But
pulled in the wrong
still
person
did
at
it.
the wrong time.
No, not the wrong person. He brought the blue man on purpose. And the father wasn't happy about that.
Your patron brought him on purpose.
Yeah,
to solve something? To do something? Did you get any kind of indication from your patron as to why the man was brought?
Yes.
Just that there was a very, very important task. Right?
The reason I can tell you is just quicker to tell you than write it. The reason why he was brought here by a patron is the potential. It's everything. The potential is everything. It's not just a vague concept. It's a very specific. Like it's vague to you because you don't understand it. Because your patron is again not a normal living human being, right? Mm-hmm. So, although you don't know what it is, you get the feeling the potential is very specific.
Randomly kidnapped from his home world for no reason other than potential.
Well, I mean, Vera, if you remember like when you originally talked to the father, how?
Not really.
No, okay. You were asking him questions, right? And the way you entered the world was not the same how people used to enter it. Mm-hmm. It was changed over time. Because he made a promise to make it safer and to give people a choice. He promised to give people a choice.
Okay.
AKA, when you now think about it back, apparently...
Yeah, Viera doesn't think about any of this because you're leading me on as a player and Viera doesn't think this way.
Okay, sorry. I will shut up now.
Player knowledge, not character knowledge, unfortunately.
I mean, Vera, they talked about it to him, but yeah.
As you said also basically the same thing. That it possibly was differently before. That's what we know. And this might be it. Like you had no choice. You could die, and that's just it.
You get pulled in by people. Like
or things.
Benefactors.
Or a patron.
Yeah. I know, yeah. My patron had a task to do. And he brought the blue man for the potential. And sent him into this world. The father wasn't happy. Fucking hell. Do we know when it changed? When it came voluntary?
A little red-headed girl made the father promise.
What?
To give people a choice.
A little red-headed girl.
Yep.
And outside a little red-headed girl?
I guess so. Maybe. I don't remember all of the details that Tiffany told me, but she was talking about a red-headed girl at some point who made the father promise to do things differently and to stop people being pulled in without a choice, ultimately.
Redhead just makes me lately pull all sorts of connotations, so I don't know.
There's a lot of people with red hair. I wouldn't think about it too much.
But yeah, Yeah.
So it sounds like your patron had tasks to do and he was pulling in people and the father wasn't happy because it wasn't meant to be people from the outside?
I don't know, but he wasn't happy the blue man came, and then he was too early, and then he was sent on to potentially eventually come again.
Yeah. I mean, if you were keeping a little bunny rabbit in a pen, and your friend decided to introduce a wolf because it had potential, would you be happy?
No, but I just felt what my patron felt, and that it was so very important to do so, to suffer through pain to do so still.
Yeah. I don't think it's much point trying to guess the intentions of what are clearly deity level people as far as this world are concerned. Whether they call themselves gods or not, they prefer not to, but for all intents and purposes they are.
Immensely powerful. So I'm just grasping at straws at what piecing this all together.
It sounds like your reckless action didn't have any reckless consequences. So in that sense, wasn't reckless in the end, is my point.
Yeah. Okay.
If anything, you've learned something you didn't know before.
Exactly.
Was your patron on the ground because he'd been put there, thrown there?
Oh, my patron wasn't on the ground. The blue man was on the ground.
Oh, the blue man was on the
My patron was suffering still from the same wound.
Still in the circle.
In the circle, suffering the same
standing,
agonizing
sitting,
wound.
kneeling. Do you have any idea?
Moving, but in agony.
Oh, moving. Okay.
Yeah, he had to move even slightly to make those symbols.
Right.
He seemed like a very sad person. Yeah.
Sounds like he has a lot of regrets on his shoulders.
Oh yeah. I felt that. I felt that.
Too many regrets. I didn't say anything.
I perhaps empathize a bit too much with that. That very single-mindedness and regret.
Yeah.
So I can understand that.
Well,
that's what happened while you guys were riding on a giant elk?
Well, I wasn't riding on a giant elk.
Someone was being the giant elk.
I was the giant elk.
Yeah. Maybe next time, at least now I know how it feels to be pulled in that sort of space. Maybe I can try without the potion next time. Who knows?
Does Vinny remember what you did? Because these were his memories?
No, I pushed past Vinny. I distinctly remember pushing past
But
Vinny.
He's the connection, so
yes.
Does he have any kind of connection that he can explore?
I can ask if Vinny now remembers it, but if I distinctly remember beforehand asking Vinny, there's a block like between, right? So I can't, mentally transfer the question to Vinny.
Well, you get the feedback that basically Vinny is an individual that is part of you and your connection. It is, imagine those like circle diagrams, right? So you are one circle, then the other circle is the environment, the world itself. And to a certain degree, Vinny as the entity overlaps the world, overlaps you, but it's also separate from, because when you pulled it into existence, you separated it. So it's not, I wouldn't say it's a broken shard. It's just like not in touch anymore like it used to be.
Temporarily cushioned,
Yeah. Because it used to be part of the whole, but because you made it part of you, you also kind of tiny bit severed it from the whole.
Yeah, Vinny doesn't currently remember, as they're part of our connection.
But because there are still like an element of the whole, this is why you can tap into as almost like a key.
Yeah. It's like, it's a connection. It's not a direct link, like sending, but it's a connection, it's a thread.
It's almost like the shard in the Cassius is back. No, I'm just shutting up.
When you said almost like a key, and I heard you like in the back, it's like,
Yeah. It works on multiple layers there, the metaphor.
But yeah, no. Vinny's more like a guide that I use, since I draw from my patron, and I drew Vinny from my patron, and now Vinny's with me. Temporarily. Until I'm gone.
What?
Everybody dies. And then Vinny returns.
We'll see.
Well, okay. We'll see. Big words there.
Big words, I know. Okay. I mean, thank you for telling us. I don't see it as reckless, like Vera said. In the end, you learn something. You are connected to your patron. You got this information. You should know this.
I'm glad that I'm feeling better now about him generally, not because before you said that I'm not really neutral enough. I was too, detached to the situation. So I'm glad that it's not malicious, at least.
I mean, I wasn't necessarily saying that it was, but that it might be, and that you might not see it because then that's just purely coming off from the way you interact with Winnie. Maybe I was seeing demons, but the fact remained at that point in time. But if you see these visions and you get a better feeling, like I also didn't know what the sun, the crystal, whatever, if that was malicious or not, and if it was going to take control of me eventually, what I was doing with these, how it was sending me emotions, or if there were my emotions or his, or in the end, because I made contact and because I had a conversation with Tiffany, but also just because of what I felt, this kindness, that then I can say, yes, it is not malicious. So in the end, if it helped you get to that point, I'm fine. I'm glad you did it.
I'm glad that you have a good end. I still am not fully sure on my end, being honest here, but I empathize with his plight at least.
If that's all what it takes, that's good. That removes this doubt or makes you see things more from that side.
Yeah.
And in the end, it will help possibly you piecing him back together or something.
Well, that's the deal, right?
That's the deal.
I all got a bunch of fucking deals on us. Every single one of us. No one is an exception now.
Some deals are bigger than others.
Huh. Was that a burn? Did you just did you just what was that supposed to mean?
Some people are just bigger than others.
You and I still have 10 fingers, Samira. That's all I'll say there.
Well, all I'm saying is none of your fingers are golden.
Ouch. Ouch.
Anywho.
Yeah. I mean, it's every single one of us has at least one benefactor. At least one. Not counting Mr. whoever the fuck many numbers over there. But at least one.
Not counting who?
What's your current count? 3? Cassius?
What?
What's your current count of benefactors? 3? Or am I miscounting it?
Depends on what you see as benefactors. Otherwise, a whole bunch.
Technically, Layla is 1.
Well, I'm kind of thinking more of the hovering over the shoulders, that type of...
Dinner Date Daddy was 2. Demon Daddy was 3.
Viera is trying to find a word for the 4th one.
Perhaps it's best if we just all get a restful night's sleep. Tomorrow's going to be very busy.
I was going to
suspect.
Before we start listing...
Alright.
dads.
Throne Daddy.
Throne Daddy.
Crystal Daddy.
Yikes.
Shit.
I wasn't going there, but you did. It's fair enough.
Yep. You going with the daddy theme, Mark? I'm not king shaming.
Wow.
You do what you
Sleep. Yes, good idea. Fantastic. See you guys in the morning. Because unlike some people in this room, I actually need my sleep. Good night.
Some people in this... Don't count me along her. I also need sleep. She's just an unfair part of nature.
That's what you call sleep. I see it more as being dead to the world. I even doubt if you're alive sometimes when you're asleep. Good night.
And so you all go to sleep, and then we shall take a break here.
God damn.
Be right back.
Be right back.
Be right back.
it's a distracting day, apparently.
Yeah, Friday was a mess for me, emotionally and physically, because of watching the last episode, and I had a dentist appointment of hell.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I love dentists.
I don't know what the fuck they did with my mouth, but I came away with pain.
Sounds like a bad dentist.
Anyway, before I start getting PTSD flashbacks, okay, the two of you go to sleep because you will need 8 hours. Vieira, because you
Vieira's going to sleep too.
Oh wow, okay. So you all
She's not sleeping, she's seancing, I should say.
If you seancing, it's 4 hours, but you just lying around?
She's trancing until 2 a.m.
Okay. And then waiting for Braff to come back, letting him in.
Fuck no, she's going out into the city.
Okay, well, so you're not letting a Braff in?
Yeah, she'll be back by 5. She's going out into the city just to put more into practice everything she's been doing over the last 2 weeks, including the wilderness stuff. So she's, if you like, she's going to be the invisible vigilante keeping the streets safe, but not actually doing anything.
And by city, what do you mean by city? What part of the city?
Not the inner city.
Yeah, because it's locked.
She's sticking to the outer city because she's
so
sensible.
You're being Batman.
She's being Batman without intervening in anything. Yeah.
Okay.
She's being Batman without the vigilante part, just the stalking part. All right.
Just the stalking part. Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, there's nothing. It's a very safe city. The
And
criminals
very lit. So
very lit, even in this part of town. The thing is, like, Cassius would have noticed it of most of people, but even you, like with the short travel you had in the Forgotten Realms, would realize that criminals here probably realized very quickly that you get caught if you're doing it out in the open, right? So this kind of like typical petty crime of like people getting mugged in alleys is not really happening.
Cool. Can I spend a bit of the time just like looking at people who are active at this time of night, 2 to 5 a.m., and just kind of seeing the different activities they're up to? If any of them go into buildings, can she get up to the doorway of the building to see if there's any thieves' cant signs?
You
that
will
kind
get,
of stuff.
First and foremost, the typical professions that actually people don't even realize start very early in the night, like the bakers who start at 3 a.m., right? The fishermen.
The smell of bread.
Yes.
Coming from anywhere.
So you get like fresh baked bread.
She will flat out peer in through the window at that. If she obviously the normal shop window. Back door.
I mean the normal shop windows are closed. So basically you get this like.
But if any of them are walking out into the main shop, they'll see her standing.
I mean, again, it's more like a back entrance thing at this point because the front shops, or it's shops that don't really have a back end, so it's like opening up through the front entrance and then coming alive. You also have the night fishers who are the people who are like fishing in the early mornings, who are getting ready to go out, in the docks. A bit before dawn, you also have people who are setting up the shops and the streets and stuff because the market is alive, like at 6 a.m. fully, in full. But that needs to be put together, before people come out.
People show up.
So you see all this like almost like behind the scenes preparations and building up, and people repairing stands or like talking to each other, having breakfast on this, like young people sitting on a step, having like a quick bite before they like continue to work and stuff like that. People who are going home after having stayed out for way too long, probably you see that as well. Not that much, but you see that. You don't really see anyone who's like flat out, I'm sneaking through the alleys. Because
apart from myself.
Apart from this is why nobody pays attention to those things because it's so rare. And I mean, you basically need to almost like go across the roofs to really proper stay hidden, right? Because sneaking is so rare, it would actually stand out.
Yeah.
But like, you have spent literally 2 weeks now adapting to that, so you can stay out of sight very easily. But yeah, you see this like behind, like I said, behind the scenes
workings of the city, essentially,
which people don't see very often, really. Like, you know, you get up at 6, 7, and then you go out and shop, and things are already there. You don't see all this preparation that happens before that.
Yeah.
You see, even like, depending on like, okay, you said you will be back by 5, but like there's already people like going out and basically ahead of time grabbing goods off the market and from the fishermen for like the taverns and stuff before
fishermen
the normal people start buying there.
Half past 2, coming back at like 4:30.
Because taverns and stuff cannot really risk waiting until regular folks go in and buy off the entire stock, right? So they have to be there before it basically is offered to regular people. So you see that as well. You know, goods being delivered, because all these like cards that are being pulled in will disappear later, and you will not see them at 6 anymore. They're gone. They have delivered the goods. People have put it already away. And then the businesses start opening proper. Because most of the time, if you remember, like from like Vieira will know by now that from like walking around and looking at all the various businesses, most of them don't have money to have like a bunch of employees. They're like the owners, the workers, so they can't really afford not being at the counter in order to load up things that are delivered. So it's like you go in there at 4 a.m., you put in all the items, and then you open up shop and you work, and then you close the shop and go home. So yeah, so this is all that you see now.
Cool.
Anything else? Brath will come back.
No. Ibrath will come back around about 5. She'll first ask him if he wants to go out for a walk for some fish.
No, he had a full meal.
Good, okay.
He will...
I'll give him a health check.
He's very healthy, very like shiny for everything. He looks also way more happy, if you will, since, you know...
since leaving the island.
Well, not since leaving since getting off a ship to begin with, right? But since he went and found a mate, so you know. But he is basically, he would be different enough that night when he comes back for you to like prompt and talk to him, right? And he will tell you that, well, the reason why he got easy prey is because it seems like something stirred up the forest. He has picked up on he has picked up on smells, and like it's not one thing. He has picked up on many smells, many things that are not native smells to this forest. Animals, creatures, he doesn't know, he's never smelled things like this before. So he doesn't know what they are. No, he didn't see anything. But he picked up on scents.
Tracks wise, did you see any kind of tracks? Big things? No. Small things?
No tracks. It's just that he caught a whiff, you know.
So something's upsetting the forest at night.
It's not just it's not upsetting, it's making it move more actively.
Yeah.
It's more active, more alive than usual. And he would describe it, it's almost like before a large storm, but there's no storm.
Are you?
But you will. He's trying to describe it in a way that he understands, right?
Yeah. The sort of thing he would hide from, I assume, if it's a large storm.
Well, I mean, he will try to describe it's like usually before there is a storm, like, there is a certain different behavior among the animals. Certain, like, for example, you will see way more ants everywhere that are suddenly moving things and shifting from place to place, and like suddenly all the creepy crawlies come out right before it starts raining. Like right before a thunderstorm. The birds are way more active, and they're like flying lower as well. So like it's way louder in the forest. The forest is way more active. So he described it like that. Like it's noisier, more active. Things are moving more, but there is no storm coming because as an animal, he knows those changes in weather, right, already.
Yeah. She's going to do Druidcraft just to detect the weather for the next 24 hours anyway.
It's very hot. There's no storm coming.
Okay, because I know that we're kind of hitting summer. I didn't know if there was like a
Yeah, well, you're actually
storm.
heading towards the end of summer by now as well.
Yeah. Well, the end of the main hot month.
Yes.
There's still one more month of summer, I think, left. Yeah. Okay. So the weather forecast is just sunshine and hot.
Yeah. Muggy with early morning fog, but that was normal here because there's this like temperature shift between the forest and the sea. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Does he get the impression he shouldn't go back to the forest with this impending change going on?
No. He's almost like giddy to get back, but he needs to sleep. Right. He's curious about this because he would like to see what these smells are. And he said it's also very difficult to track them. It's almost like they're eluding him.
Okay.
Because he tried to track it, and as much as he tries, he can't. The only thing he can tell you that he never smelled these animals, creatures before. They're unknown to him.
Yeah. Which is curious in and of itself.
And this entire thing stops like about, again, he doesn't use those words because, again, he doesn't have a concept of time, but like an hour out of the town. So this is basically where the thicker nature starts. But you know that like the wild animals would also not get that close to a city. So whatever is out there, it's not getting closer to the city than that.
Okay. If you do see anything or you do find anything or track anything, let me know.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, just stay safe.
And then he will groom himself in flat.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess what do you do then, like until everyone else wakes up? Because it's gonna be 8 a.m.
Technically a short rest between 5 and 8 a.m., right? It's an hour for a short rest. So
you also had a long rest because you were trancing right away.
Yeah, I know. But she's gonna spend a few hours doing, because she hasn't done this in a while, and I know that I have been not keeping up on this. She's going to make sure that she refills her quiver full of arrows, but she's going to do her best to make the arrows of really good quality. She needs 3 more arrows to top it back up to 20.
Yeah.
So you can spend a short rest to do 5 arrows. She's going to do 3.
Awesome.
And I'll deduct arrows from our arrowheads pile. And that's it. Wait for these 2 to wake up.
Yeah. They wake up actually with Cassius waking up first with the familiar knocking pattern at the door. And you all can do, by the way, long rest.
Cassius isn't there. Cassius is away for the night, isn't he?
Nope.
No.
Layla was away.
There.
Oh. I didn't know. Yeah, okay. Like
he was being away during the downtime because he was spending time with Layla every night. With her not being there, there was no reason for him to be away.
I can take a full rest too. Morning.
Morning. He gets up quite quickly. Quicker than she can get up before. And...
Raised eyebrow, but Vieira's just fletching an arrow at that point.
Picks up his hair slightly and opened the door casually.
Wow. I mean, as casual as you did, or tried to, you get grabbed by Layla and pulled out into the hallway, and in her usual way of like pushing him up against the wall, you get like a full minute of, "Hi, I'm back" kissing.
Perfect.
She smells of forest. Not swamp, but forest. Like the green smell, not the swampy water smell.
I hope so.
But it's like your hair. Her hair looks great. And then she will step back into the room with you. And nod towards Samira, looking at Vieira is like, are you gonna wake her up?
I value my hands.
You have to be very quick. It's like a test, like a dexterity test. You should try it, Layla.
Yeah, she just picks up the towel from the table and just chucks it at Samira's face.
I don't think that's going
But not hard, like, just so it drops under her head.
Smothering her just makes her a little quieter. It doesn't actually wake her up.
I mean, I think this would wake her up.
Yeah, if it's dropped on her, not like laid on top of her, dropped, she immediately shoots up. If someone like puts something on her, like a blanket, then she doesn't. Dropped? Yes. Morning.
Morning.
Hi.
Sorry, I was told that I might get punched if I
no, sorry,
how does one wake you up so you don't actually jump like that?
Preferably, like, step next to me, like, with heavy
gentle shoulder shake,
gentle shoulder shake, yeah. I don't hear the best when I'm asleep, so calling your work.
Just like jump away quickly, then nothing's wrong.
Yeah, just either like walk, but like so I feel like the tremors, or just like gently shake me. Don't like slap me or something like that. He sometimes did.
I do hope the towel was gentle enough. I didn't throw it very hard.
That was no worries. I've had
she like pulls it off of you and folds it neatly and puts it back on the table.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm back.
You see that?
What have you been doing?
I told you we had to find a spot where we can do the ritual. We found one. It's
in the forest.
Yes, it needs to be far, far away because, again, we need to take the map out. So here's the plan. We need to take the map out. When the map is out, it becomes traceable because it's not going to be within this room. And we cannot just perform the ritual anywhere because it needs to be on at least a small junction of ley lines because magic. I don't know. It's divination. The map shows
us ley lines.
This kind of like divination stuff is not really my thing. It's more like of a Harris thing. So I don't know like how it exactly works, but it needs to like for the ritual that needs to be done. It needs a bit more juice. So we're gonna be sitting there like a sitting duck. So we were trying to find a place where we are buying ourselves time. So we're gonna literally take it out of the case at the last possible moment. And we're gonna do our very best to get to the location without being traced. So we have hopefully 8 hours of advantage. That gives us enough time to perform the 4 hours for the ritual and then get the fuck out of there. And be long gone before anyone
away.
Way longer, but we're gonna use magical enhancement to move faster.
Still, and how defensible is the place?
It's a temple in the fucking forest. It's
okay, that's good. That's good.
No, don't, no. Trust me, it's like, yeah.
Temple to who?
I don't even know. It's like some long abandoned place. It doesn't even have, I think, to the father, potentially. It has some like, hourglass things, but it's like, there's not even a roof, guys. Okay, you can like hide behind some of the walls, but it's like, but then again, you have jungle all around it.
As long as there's not more spiders.
I mean, there's always spiders in the jungle, she grins.
Yikes.
Don't worry, I control several big ones.
So, we're leaving tonight.
Okay.
Alright.
Are you all still on board?
Kind of Yes. Are we doing any kind of preparations before leaving?
Giuseppe is doing the needed preparations. He's finishing. There is an element, and we all need to help.
Mm-hmm.
The ritual invokes the elements, and apparently it presumed that the people participating in it are of the individual elements. Because we're not, well, except for you, and she like waves towards Samira.
What?
We need to improvise. Well, you're like not quite the same thing like the Aasimar here, but similar enough.
Okay, yeah.
So you're fine. You can be as you are, but the rest of us, we need to improvise, and Giuseppe is working on potions that basically turns you in that other race. Temporarily. For like a day.
Oh, it's like that acid spewing thing you had before Cassius, right now?
How long?
The acid thing.
The acid
thing.
Like, you had that potion of Ankek that you took.
Don't remind me.
Want a second round?
I don't know what an Ankek is, but basically for a day,
it's beautiful.
You
it's like
will
a giant
take on,
insect ant, essentially.
You will take on the traits of something like Samira, like a mixture of, like, anyway.
So what elements need to be there? Celestial, presumably fiendish.
Yes, Bertram volunteered for that one. And then we need fire, earth, wind, and water.
All the fire. Characters.
Right. Well, I mean, each one will get a potion, and then we'll take positions. You'll see when we arrive at the location. But basically, I need you to do me a favor, and basically today, just go out and behave like everything is normal. Get seen walking around like you're not prepping to go places, and pick you up.
Oh, it's fine. People can't magically track us or non-magically track us.
I mean, if they can see you, they can follow you. So.
What time do you want us around to pick us up?
Good luck keeping up with us. I assume we're going to be there at twilight?
At
the usual?
dusk. Let's meet at dusk.
Okay.
Here. And then we're heading out from here. But like basically today, just, head out and be seen.
Okay.
Like I was not even here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Can do.
Mm-hmm. Can do.
And yeah, we're probably. So here's the thing. We're gonna see where it is, the scepter, and we're probably gonna head straight there.
Okay, so be
if it's not too far away, we're straight heading there, and then we can circle back to Hohia, depending, because we still don't know where the other things are. But if it's close, the plan is we're going straight there.
Okay.
All right.
If it's far away, then we're we're gonna have a route in Viera. Honestly, we all kind of depend on you to just guide us as far away from the capital city into whatever direction, but to cover our traces and just lay low. If everything goes right, we're gonna have 4 hours to get lost in the forest. I think with your help, that shouldn't be an issue.
I guess we shall see.
Yeah.
Oh, and whoever participates in the ritual, and it's not much choice of like pretty much anyone. We literally have just enough people to help.
Yeah, and I'm given
so
already.
Who's going to be there? Avahira's going to be there. Bertrand's going to be there. Giuseppe's going to be there.
Yes. Louisa's going to be there, but she's not going to participate because she's not magic. Me and the 3 of you.
But that's 4 people. So one of us.
Ava is leading the ritual. She's not being one of the elements.
Yeah, so Bertram is chaos.
Yes.
Cassius is fire.
I'm order, apparently.
Well, I'm pretty sure that Giuseppe will pick Earth, because
Giuseppe's Earth, so you're air, presumably.
I would like to, yes.
So are you taking water, Viera?
I can take water.
Unless you prefer air.
Well, I can't fly yet, so taking air seems unfair.
Layla definitely can fly, so she's good there.
Oh. Bet I could give her a run for her money.
She grins. I mean, you are fast. Not as fast as me.
Never say never.
We can do a race eventually when we don't have all this shit to do.
You know, this group likes its races, so you're welcome to join us.
Oh yeah, let's do that. Just not today.
Yeah.
Well, you say that, but 4 hours of moving very quickly to get lost.
You say we have spell help there. I know from our usage that it's usually limited, like by an hour or even less, like 10 minutes. Is there enough?
Giuseppe can provide us, and he's already been working on
items. Okay.
On items, but he was also limited to what he could do in this short amount of time.
I have 1 charge of long strider. Not long strider. I mean,
whatever you can acquire in the meantime. 1 charge of
expeditious retreat for myself.
She will pull out and give you 3 coin pouches, which is 200 gold each, by the way. Okay. Sorry, 400 gold each, because 2 days.
Immediate slip into my coin pouch of holding. I'm not taking that on my person.
This is an advance payment because I assume it's going to be, well, at least for the next 2 days. So it's accounted for. Whatever we need extra, I'll cover it. Take it to whatever you can get that doesn't require you to actively cast, because you will be tapped. You will be drained. It is unavoidable. We looked into the ways, and it's just unavoidable. You will be drained in that way. The ritual takes every tiny ounce of magical ability you have to do what it does. So you can see that she's not even trying to hide this. She doesn't like the thought of not having the ability to have reserves within her, right? So she really stresses and emphasizes whatever you can have as a backup that doesn't require your own abilities, like potions, scrolls, whatever. Go get it. Mind you, also be careful that you don't really look like you're prepping to leave, and stuff like that. It's short term. It's not ideal, but yeah.
At least when it comes to the not being tracked, Bo can help, and it doesn't cost him anything. He can do it all the time. So, Vera, if you can save that, he can take care of it.
I can save it. I mean, it sounds like I'm gonna have to save it.
Yeah. Otherwise, I think we should go out and get definitely some scrolls. Those are
Long
available.
Strider that you had, Viera seems the best idea for speed.
Also, be ready for a long sleepless night.
Yes and no, but my shape-shifting ability is not something that it's gonna draw on. So I will still have those.
Yeah, that's true.
That's something. That's great. I mean, I have...
And we know that a giant elk moves pretty fucking quickly.
Let me ask you, Layla, how long would it take to set up the ritual site once we're there?
We have stashed everything we needed in a location close by.
So short.
So, not very long. It takes like half an hour to set up.
Okay.
This is why we're using means to get earlier there.
Okay, I wanted to ask because I usually
Usually it would take us 8 hours to get to the place. We're gonna get there sooner.
Okay, so I really need to conserve instead of being able to recharge at that point. Good to know.
8 hours walking.
Well, yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Can't really run for 8 hours without dying.
Yeah, no, I'm just asking. So the plan is to get there and do the ritual immediately.
Yes.
And how long is this ritual supposed to take?
About 4 hours.
Okay.
Yeah. Alright.
Gonna be a lot of very boring sitting still and watching Ava babble along in words that we have never heard.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
And yeah, you're kind like you elves, you are good at that 4 hours sitting still, not doing anything, but
Already falling asleep at the pot.
I've had practice lately, so you know.
Just to be aware, Ibrath has sensed something in the forest. In the last night, something is causing all the animals to behave differently. Potentially something you guys were up to yesterday, but potentially other things moving through the forest too.
I know. I don't pay attention to this. It's a forest and animals are fucking loud. Jesus. Like, spirits, they are so loud.
Well, I'm telling you, the forest isn't the forest.
Well, we haven't seen anything unusual, but sure, keep an eye on it. We've been very careful.
Just seems interesting timing, that's all.
Yeah, I was not happy about hearing unusual things right now, but let's keep an eye on it. Like I said, we didn't see anything. We were very careful not to be seen, and we didn't see anything, or we wouldn't be doing this.
Yeah.
Let's hope it's nothing serious. Best plans never survive contact with the enemy. Great.
Well, we need to we need to settle, at least pay ahead for a couple days, maybe even a week's time for Matteo, because I don't think we can take him with us.
We should also visit him and take some of our stuff.
Yes.
Rations.
I mean, we have all of the stuff here.
Ava said something. She has a friend with a house here. Oh, I forgot her name. Matteo can go there.
Okay.
I think I know the house you're talking about. I can take it.
Yeah, she told me that you were there once. I don't know. So yeah. So you can leave Matteo there. They will take care of him.
Sure.
Well, I mean, I would love to go on breakfast with you, but it's better if I'm not seen.
No worries. Day as usual, right?
Yeah, it's per usual.
All right.
We'll do our best to do the same thing we did when we went scouting. Basically, give them a false track and a false direction. And hopefully that will be enough, along with the map being locked away until the very last moment.
Yeah. All right. We'll see you then later.
See you later. She kind of hesitates for a while, looking at Cassius, raising an eyebrow.
Step out with her as well.
Yeah.
And before she heads out, you'll reach into a pocket and get out a locket for her. I wanted to give you this before shit's going down. Just a keepsake. I'm with you.
She kind of like holds out her hand slowly.
Mm-hmm. I'll give it to her. Actually, no, I'll open it up and if she allows it, put it around her neck.
Okay, you open it up first to show her the illusion, right?
Yes.
Huh. That's... She smiles. And then kind of looks up and blinks for a moment and then like, really pretty.
Mm-hmm. You know, just memories.
And then she like turns around so you can put like, you know, around her neck.
Mm-hmm. And he will do so.
Yeah, it's not too heavy. That's actually really good.
I kept that in mind. Well, off you go. See you later. Act as normal, right?
All right. She finger guns and then turns around and then stops. And then turns back and actually kisses him very gently. As in, like, he can tell that she's actively fighting her usual impulse to get away from intimacy and run.
Mm-hmm.
But then she pats him on the cheek and goes like finger guns and then she fucks off.
No.
Yeah, Cassie will step back inside.
All right. I have an idea.
Okay, do tell.
So, Cassius, if possible, could you disguise yourself and get those scrolls or items or whatever of, you know, movement, so that it isn't associated with us?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, because if we all of a sudden buy those in bulk, it's weird.
Okay, so just the... what's the name? Fast running... what?
Long Strider, you said, right? It's Long Strider.
Long Strider. Okay.
I remember because mine is longer than you used back then, Vera. We used them at the same time once. I remember. Yeah, Long Strider. Mine only takes 10 minutes, and that's not really that useful.
Okay, so if they just use 10 minutes, or it's like an hour or 10
Well,
minutes?
long strider, it was longer, right? It was an hour, right?
Long strider lasts an hour.
Yeah, I remember I
Yours
used
is Expeditious
Retreat. I remember I used twice as many times as I could during that long strider time.
Ah, okay.
That didn't really. Yeah.
Long strider just improves your speed for an hour.
Yeah.
Alright. I'll get as many as I can, being limited by the fact that it doesn't need to be too obvious, even if I'm in a disguise.
Look what's in stock, and then don't take all of it. Take what's rational.
Depends how many they have, but yeah.
Yeah. If it's too many, don't take all of it.
I'll go to a couple of different ones, but I'll have to see which one.
Yeah, do you need the coin pouch with you?
Sure. Actually, if you can put this money in, and he hands her the 400.
Yep.
I can front also some of it, but
yeah, we don't really have that much. Yeah, group first, but then divide it evenly amongst the rest.
I'll front it.
You don't have to front it.
No?
No worries.
Okay.
You don't have to. Unless, yeah, we have enough. We should have enough still in our group funds. But
right.
You know, still, I'll give you the coin pouch with you in case you need it.
Sure. Okay.
Don't put it in the pocket at the same time.
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah. That's something to always keep in mind.
I got it. Bad things happen.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I can do that. First I'll need to do the disguise.
Alright.
So Cassie will go to his bag, take some stuff out, and over the course of, was it a long rest? So basically an hour, will...
Long rest is not an hour.
8 hours.
You said short rest? Or long rest?
No, but I don't need to create that, but that's creating a disguise.
Mm-hmm.
But I already have a disguise ready, because
I
can store it, and it's the, well, they'll see. So over the course of an hour, get on his prepared disguise.
It's a short rest. Because you said long rest. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I said long rest?
Yes, this is why,
sorry.
wait, that's 8 hours.
Short rest. No, over the course of a short rest, we'll put on the disguise, everything included, and when he finishes, he'll, so he's wearing kind of like dark robes, very reminiscent of Destrian, and his hair is kind of like straightened back, some highlights here and there to more darken his features, and he basically looks reminiscent of Demon Daddy. Not entirely, but
like a younger version, more human-looking version.
More human-looking version, but the same, like when he's finished putting on the disguise, he has this like same stern expression on his face, and completely shifted into character, and just nod.
Looking good there.
Where are the goats?
Outside, I presume.
Ooh.
Alright, let's get to it.
Go ahead. Yes, I'll transfer what I think is necessary over to the handy haversack from the saddlebags.
Yeah.
I'll stay.
You, Vera, what are you doing?
I'm taking Mateo to visit some friends.
Right. Well, see here at dusk. And he leaves. Just strides out.
Okay. Who is doing what?
I am moving from saddlebags to the handy haversack, what I think is necessary.
Mm-hmm.
Vera's taking Mateo to Avahara's friends.
Yeah.
Which is I think it's pronounced Kuleswen. And
Kuleswen, yeah.
Yeah. She's just gonna knock on the door and say hello and apologize for the short notice and the fact that she hasn't been around to see her in a while. But we are not going to be able to look after Matteo for the next couple of days. And was wondering if you would be able to look after him.
So she looks surprised, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't seem like she has been warned about this, but you can see the practiced adapting of somebody who's used to people from the community reaching out to her and then her helping, right?
Mm-hmm.
So she like welcomes you in. She's like immediately offering you food, drink, whatever you need, if you had breakfast. Also ask you how you have been, right? And how Ava is as well, because she hasn't seen her in a while.
She's a very busy woman, as you all know. I haven't really seen her either, but I should be seeing her tonight. So if you've got anything you want to pass on, questions or just greetings, then I can certainly do that.
She will be like, I'm sure if Ava wants me, no things, she will let me know.
She does seem that sort, doesn't she? But I should let you know, at some point soon-ish, there should be a housewarming party to some degree.
You've found a place? Oh, excellent.
I found a place. Obviously, a lot of help from you. Thank you. Wouldn't have done it without you. Lots of bureaucracy to tackle when it comes to crikey, all those forms. Anyway, sorry, sudden bad flashbacks. But yes, so I will let you know once everything is obviously acceptable. It was an old rundown place, damaged by the storm pretty badly and stuff. So it's needed a lot of repair and a bit of work on it. So it's probably going to be several weeks, but you will be one of the first to know. That I can assure you. And I'd love for you to come along. Little gathering of people. Obviously welcome to invite friends too. And just an evening of light food, light drinks, very much like what you did when you introduced me to everyone else. So yeah.
Well, she will let you know that if you want to invite any of the people who, like, because she watched you, right? She knows that you, like, with whom you made a deeper connection during the party. She will say, like, because, like, she knows that sometimes it's, like, very difficult for people to, like, reach out to other people because they don't know how. So if you want to invite any of the others, she can help you happily, right? But she wouldn't, basically she tells you that in a way, and I'm saying this in the third person because I'm currently like at a loss of words of how to phrase that properly.
Sure.
But she phrases it in a way where like she offers it as an option. She doesn't want to push you into
impose
of
course. No.
That you should invite all these people, right?
And her response would be along the lines of she's more than happy to invite everyone she met when she first arrived here. You were all very welcoming and very
But yeah,
friendly.
she's happy to help you also like with the food and organization and stuff because like obviously she does this all the time. So like she's like
yes.
like the
Obviously,
hosting mother all
if
the
there
time.
are recommendations, I'm more than happy to take those up. But I'll let you know when it's going to be and where.
She's also like, you can see she's also immediately getting excited about party. Yeah, more get-togethers.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, absolutely. On that note, we will return for Matteo as soon as possible, and if the property was already ready, then it's likely that we would have left him there. But
and she will say, you don't have to worry, like, there's nobody better to leave Matteo to, because she takes good care of gardens and animals, and, so...
Yes, of course, yeah. And you'll find that he is a very good mule, doesn't get spooked by anything, so... If anything, you might be a little alarmed at how unspooked he gets by things, but he'll be fine. So, and then just kind of say it was good to catch up. Obviously, spend a couple of hours just talking to her to go through like all of the natterings and the news and give her a bit of a description about the house and all that kind of stuff. And then thank her for having. I was going to say Brathen. Thank you for having Mateo, and then head out. And kind of like parting words are like, right, like time to go and get some more preparations for the house done. And then just head out.
Yep.
So she's probably back. She'll go to the Deadly Door at kind of lunchtime-ish. Not really gonna do anything other than check for regulars and not regulars. You know how like you're looking for the people who stand out because they're not usually there. Those sorts of people she's keeping an eye out.
No, you don't see anything like that in Deadly Door. But like, again, like the people who are potentially tracking you are smart enough not to track you in a very tiny tavern where people stand out very easily.
Yeah, potentially. I'm going to ask the bartender if it's possible for me to go out the back, because I don't feel safe leaving through the front door.
He doesn't even blink at that. And just nods, very subtle, right?
Thank him very much. And
this is basically the port, the new port. This is normal.
And then slip out the back, and then obviously she's going to do her best to cover her tracks and stuff.
Yeah.
Non-magically.
Another side bit here, because you had this thing of like watching people during the night to just see like, how they, how they go about things. This is just another bit that shows you that there is a whole layer underneath that's not immediately obvious, right?
Yeah.
Of like whatever illegal activities are done here, they're done very well oiled, very hidden, very well organized, or they would have been caught a very long time ago.
A long time ago, yeah. So I'm going to return to the safe house as stealthily as possible. I can roll a stealth check if you want me to.
No, it's fine, because it's ridiculous.
Is anyone else in the safe house?
Let's see what the rest is doing. So let's see with Samira first.
Yeah, Samira spends like an hour transferring stuff over to the haversack. And then I don't know what time it would be, maybe 9. We woke pretty early.
Yeah, 9:30, 10:30, yeah.
Yeah. She's going out basically to have breakfast, pick something up in a bakery nearby, kind of act normal, have a little walk around the town, and also do a little pit stop at a florist's. See if they maybe have red poppies.
Okay. Yeah. No. Wait.
They're pretty common plants.
Yeah, but are they
not
common
in this
in
sort
tropical?
of terrain?
Yeah,
no.
tropical.
They're very common in temperate European climates, but
not tropical regions. No.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, then get some sort of other red, pretty-looking plant, flowers, and yeah, go basically sit by the dock for a bit. Kind of make like a little weaving of those flowers and just toss it in the ocean and sit for like a half an hour before she makes her way back to safe house.
So around noon you will be back.
Yeah.
The safe house. Yeah. Let's say you're arriving before Viera. You should be arriving before Viera does, actually. Yeah. So, and then Cassius, what are you doing in those like 4 hours?
I will go first to the arcane procurement shop, the one with the person that we know, and I will inquire how many scrolls of Longstride do they have. If they have any.
Roll. Let me check. Six.
That's a well-stocked shop.
That is. I'll buy 4.
long stride is not something that would be rare.
No.
Yeah.
I'll buy the
Especially in this context of this particular part of town.
You could get all 6, so it's even for all 3 of us.
No, we don't need all 3 of us.
It's only an hour.
Yeah,
I'm getting 4. I'm getting 4.
We only need 4.
Okay.
We only need 4.
I'm already getting 4.
Alright, shut up.
So how is that in the shopping list? And somewhere.
No, it would be in the crafting items, right? Let me open the crafting document has a list of how much scrolls are.
Alright, I'll take a look.
Resources.
It's a first level spell.
NPC crafting, that one.
It's not NPC crafting, it's magic items crafting.
It's magical, yeah. But it's like our document, the one we made. Home brewery, there it is. Scroll. Selling scrolls. It's first level, right? 200 gold each.
First level.
Alright.
You can do me a haggle check.
I will definitely do so.
Because you've been very good customers.
Nice.
Give me just a second. Because I need a basis for how much off that would be. You get it 25% cheaper. Please do the math for me.
So it's 100 and what? 25%. 25%.
Yeah.
Then that's 150 per scroll.
Yeah.
Or it's just buy 3, get 1 free.
Also.
Yes.
So 600 gold.
Yeah.
So I'll deduct that from the coin, our coin pouch of holding, the group funds. Actually, the group funds are in the pocket of holding, so I didn't need the coin pouch, right?
We don't have enough for 600 in the group funds.
We don't.
We have 39 platinum and 115 gold. That's enough.
Oh.
Not enough for 600.
Okay, I'll front the rest myself.
Okay.
So.
Should I, or are you reducing?
If you can reduce the coin pouch, so that's
first, and then go to yours. Okay.
Yes, yeah. If you
Will
could
do.
do that.
Don't worry. Continue your scene.
Continue my scene. And then I will, in the scouting of the city, did we find any, are there any other magic shops in the New Harbor?
This is the shop in the New Harbor you just went to.
This is the shop.
Yeah. I mean, there are, but this is the most stocked one.
Mm-hmm.
It's like Nisatwa's shop, presumably.
Yes,
Yes, it is. If they also have,
it's not the only one you have, but this is the best stocked one, right?
Yeah, that's
updated.
Fine. If they have scrolls of cure wounds, also get those.
They don't have scrolls. They have pearls that you crunch on.
Ah.
Mm-hmm.
How much are those?
I got 3 of them, and they're 1d8 healing.
Yes. They are. Also 200 gold each.
Okay.
Yikes. Should I reduce? By what?
For now, 4 also.
400? Okay.
Well, 4 pearls and they're 200 each, so
Oh, are you doing this discounted too?
Yeah, same discount.
So it's a 600 again. Okay.
Yeah.
Alright.
Alrighty.
You get free. You buy free, you get one free.
Perfect.
Awesome. Everything is taken care of.
Thank you.
Group funds are very light with 5 silver.
Yeah, we need to fill that.
Yeah.
I think that's it for now. Yeah. I will bid Nizar a fair day and go out, and then basically, right in a roundabout way, make my way back to the safe house. Where I will get rid of my disguise, and then I'll go out in the city. Basically the same thing. Take a stroll around, get some from a shop somewhere, some food like a bakery. Yeah, just be seen going to an inn. That's it. And return. I don't know time. Return at some point far before dusk, probably.
If you wanted the city, here's a quick question, because you would definitely walk past it a few times. Do you make a trip to the Cathedral of the Father?
No. No. I'll just walk past.
She's like, I'm determined to show this map.
No, I don't have a map of the temple. Why would I have a map of the temple?
I'm gonna heist it, obviously, that's why.
Yeah, totally. No, I'm just asking,
No, not necessarily. For now, just doing the normal routine, and in his normal routine, he hasn't really visited the temples.
Yeah.
So
okay.
He's doing his normal thing.
Okay.
And probably.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Just wanted to say, if anyone thinks we need anything else in the handy haversack, feel free to move, or let me know beforehand.
So yeah, then I would say that Cassius was back. What? Also around noon? Or a bit later?
Probably a bit later. It's just by lunch. I actually will bring lunch for everyone.
Okay.
Nice.
I'll
So yeah, so he's back. Yeah, so you guys convene around the same time, I would say, easily.
Well, we all ran out of things to do.
Yeah, I don't really want to get invested in anything right now if we need to be in tip-top shape soon, but,
Yeah, I thought it was good to just get back. By the way, the group funds are Gonzo.
Ooh, can I get the pouch back?
Yeah, here you go. I fronted 700 gold.
Ooh,
I bought the scrolls.
How did you buy?
The scrolls and a couple of those small chewable things. The one that Louisa gave us. Yeah, those as well.
I mean, they look different. They don't look like the ones that she gave you, but it's a similar effect.
All right.
Similar idea.
All right.
Just a few of those to be certain.
All right, I'm moving some of my own coinage into the pocket of holding as group funds. Then you funded a lot on your own. You don't need to do any of that.
That's fine. I have money. We got money for it, so. Otherwise, I was quite careful in the way coming back, but I think the disguise should have helped.
That's good.
Okay.
Otherwise, I was just around in the city, being seen. Normal shit.
I did what I needed to do today. I was seen as well.
I was definitely seen.
So yeah, I guess we have some time to kill. We can go out in the city as well, or I don't know. Like, I'm not really up to do much, but I could already take a crack at the sketch or part of it, if we want. Save here anyway.
We have bigger things to worry about right now, I would say.
It's my will start to shift that amount as well.
Worry about it. Can already get started, but yeah, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to, like, go nuts. Up to you, really.
Sorry, but where were you going? I was kind of counting coins. What?
Not going anywhere. He was going to do the sketch.
If we're not going anywhere, then I might take a crack at it. If we're going somewhere, then we're going somewhere. Like, I don't necessarily, but I don't want to just sit here for...
The sketch, yeah. That's an idea.
No need to go anywhere, I don't think.
We need to go and get that delivery for the decoy.
Oh, the case, yeah.
Case.
That should be at the deadly door.
Yes.
The question is, are we bringing any of that with us or leaving that here in the safe house where we know it can't be tracked? Are we just... Keep in mind we want to move light.
Yeah,
what
it's
are we
all
taking?
in...
What are we leaving?
I'm gonna have most of my stuff in Dimensional Shed.
Because this place is safe, but it's only safe in so much as someone doesn't break in while we're gone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm taking everything I need and then move the rest into my Dimensional Shed.
Yeah, I'm taking everything with me.
Yeah, if any of you guys need... There's enough space, and I unfold the portable hole to first take out the lead-lined map case and give it to Cassius to start drawing, and then I show the depth.
Can I just throw some clothing into a chest you already have?
Mine are almost pretty full. You can put them in Cassius's.
Okay. Yeah, there's space in mine. Chuck it in there.
Yeah. Mine are... I almost need a third one.
Well, you'll have a house you can leave the clothes. Although I suppose having them in a portable hole is quite useful, isn't it?
Yeah, I have it on my person then.
Okay. Quick question for Shin.
Mm-hmm.
How long would it take me to grind up the Deathcap Tower mushrooms and turn them into a poison? All I've got is crushing and mixing 5 of these into a vial creates a vial of disease.
What's your herbalism modifier?
Doesn't have one?
Yes, it does. You have your proficiency plus your wisdom. So what is it? Proficiency modifier plus your wisdom modifier. Like, I'm not looking at your sheet, so please tell me.
Well, proficiency is 3 and wisdom is 4. So
okay, yeah, 7. Yeah. So 17 times 5? Yeah, unless you're rolling, because you might get a higher result.
17 times 5 is 15 short of 100, so 85.
85. That's how much gold you can make per 8 hours worth.
Well, we've only got 4 hours left.
Yeah, but across 8 hours, this is how much you can get done. Like, if the item is half that price that you need to make.
It's not. They're 500 gold total.
Yeah, no way you can make it in, like... You can start grinding it up, but like...
No, forget it. I'm not going to bother pulling that shit out now.
Do you need to put something else in there? Or even to have a sack that's more accessible?
Lena, could you, in the shared pocket, import those... you have a couple of those pearls, right?
Yep.
Like, if you can, like, duplicate them and put the 3 of them in there. And have them...
I make it 4, you said?
I bought... Oh, sorry, yeah, 4.
Okay, I added them. And if there's still the 1d8, I have it, yeah.
Yeah, I think this is the same one.
Yeah, I duplicated it.
And in character, I say, like, we can also bring some of the rations and the water, right?
Oh, yes, I have... On my person 5, we can put more into the bags.
Don't need to worry about rations. I've got a leather leaves.
I figured as well, but I'm still taking at least 5.
Yep.
If we have some we can put some in the hole. I mean, it's more useful there than.
Do you want to put the rainbow petal leaves in there? You can basically boil them up. Is it boil? I don't even think you need to boil them. No, they're you just eat them.
Yeah, you just eat them.
And they are like a full day's ration pack.
I'm moving all the rations into the portable hole.
Yeah, that makes more sense to me to have it in there.
It's in the portable hole.
Which are, when I'm adding my own, 18. We have a fuck ton.
Hopefully that dragged and dropped. Yep. So you've now got 10 rainbow petals in your portable hole.
Awesome.
As well.
Yeah, having a little corner for food.
Each of those is a ration per person per day.
Perfect.
If
we need them, do each of you still have your pearl of vitality?
Yes.
Yeah.
Good. I'm adding 3 more her peeling pearls into the shared pocket since I got when I still kept it from Louisa.
Mhm.
So that's there too.
I'm going to attempt to brew a normal poison, Ginny.
Mm-hmm.
Which is 50 gold, so I'm going to try and roll it.
Roll.
Presumably I'm rolling my poisonous kit.
Yes. If you can ask Cassius for help, by the way, because this is technically alchemical brewing as well.
If anyone adds things to the haversack, please let me know since I have to adjust the weight for that one.
If he's at least giving you a helping hand on giving you hints, you can roll with advantage.
He's drawing a map, isn't he?
Okay, well I'm just saying, because you're free to interrupt him.
If you're going to do it,
I'm going to see if I can do it myself. It's
okay.
Fine. I accidentally dropped the token on the map. Sorry.
No worries.
I'll go with your passive, which is 17 times 5. Yeah. I would say yes, you can pull it off. Very closely. To the point of you're maybe not sure as a character that it's proper, right? Mm-hmm. Because you didn't get to properly check everything and you rushed it.
Hoping that it sets itself over the next few hours while we're traveling.
Yes.
Basically. Okay.
Out of character, I will say yes, I will give you this one. But in character, she's not sure it's effective. Right.
Yeah, that's fine. She was never going to be sure that it was going to be effective anyway, because she's never really brewed poison before.
Yeah.
So it is the first attempt.
Do we want the lantern with us?
I would suggest certain individuals who cannot see in the dark bring certain tools to help them see in the dark.
It's fixed.
I also wanted to let you know, Cassius, that I don't even have to cast a spell anymore to help you in case you don't have that. And yeah, okay. At that point, I
do that.
Yeah, I removed the bracelet that I had on my left hand, and the tattoo that's still healing has a soft glow. It's emanating a dim light in a 10 feet radius.
What does the tattoo look like?
It looks like, well, it's glowing that celestial radiant light, and it looks like a barb chain, but at one point it's broken, like this. At one point it's a broken piece like this. So it's basically around her wrist. That emanates a dim 10 feet glowing light when it's uncovered. So if you ever need that, just let me know. I can take care of it.
Okay.
If you don't have it on hand. And I don't even have to waste any energy. Or even time.
Okay.
And then I move the bracer back on top. After rubbing the tattoo a bit.
It still hurts, yeah?
Yeah, and I got it for the day also. It's another remembrance day for today.
Oh, today?
Yeah. Busy day today.
Okay.
But, you know, we just talked about not dwelling on things too much. What do you want to say?
No, I mean, but we also talked about the remembrance before, and
yeah, I mean, I went to the docks. I didn't get the red poppies I wanted. I heard that she liked red poppies. I heard that I heard from Imar that my mother liked red poppies, but I only got generic red flowers. But I released them in the water, and that was enough for me today.
I'm sure it at least had the effect for you. It brings them closer, right?
I mean, it's more of a respect thing for her, since I never really knew her. But if I do it for the rest of the people I have attachment to, it wouldn't be respectful to leave her out of it. Don't really know what else to do outside of what I heard about her. So yeah. It's not really... I'm not gonna go into another mess like my birthday. That one was a big mess.
We're all a crying mess sometimes.
Maybe a bit more than awful, but yeah.
Don't worry. We'll be soon in the swamp. And forget about all your worries. Relax and enjoy.
Of course. Still, I'm putting the lantern in case, you know.
Yeah, it's if we have it, why not? I mean, if we have the space, it makes sense. We're good also on healer's kits, I think.
I have a case of 7 pieces still on my person, and the portal has a fresh one.
Okay.
Also, we have enough oil for the lantern as well.
Perfect.
4 fresh bottles and 1 that's still inside for 6 hours. So we are good to go.
Then I think we're set.
We should be set. At least I can't remember anything that I'm missing.
Oh, alcohol.
Should I pack the alcohol?
Yes.
Oh, I'm also packing the cask of water into the portable hole.
Yeah.
Who knows when the fuck we're gonna get it next. Yeah, that's always good to have on that.
Mm-hmm.
A little corner of food and drinks in there. It's always necessary.
Okay. So before dusk, actually, you hear the now familiar knock. Zayda. She will check in on you and see if you're ready.
Yep. All armor back on. And ready to go.
Before that, I would have moved the map casing once you've given it back to me into the
sorry, because Cassius, you were trying to draw.
Oh, yeah.
Before we jump over to that.
Dry run.
So you were trying to draw the ley lines.
The ley lines of the inner world, yes.
You can't see them. Again, if you open up the picture, as even OC, and look at it, the inner world is not in the correct alignment, you can't even properly see it, and the mesh of lines is so dense across the entire picture. There's no way for you to tell what the correct layout would be. This map is not a map that reveals its secret by simply looking at it visually.
Well,
it's like, if you look at the map as it is, it's like you have one line across the entire inner world. Maybe two, maybe three. It's like thick knot of like splotch across it. You figure that can't be really it. There's a bunch of lines across it, but they're also not like the really most visible. Again, just look at the picture. It literally is, this is what you see.
Let's look at the others. So I could just draw something. No, bad idea. I know.
Yeah, better wait for shit. Yeah.
So probably we just need to. The secrets will become more visible with the other items, possibly.
Chris, since you're adding clothing into the chest beneath, you like we do, like just edit and add text instead of just moving.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's too much room. It's getting unreadable. Because if you only look at mine, it would be completely unreadable.
Yeah, but they're items themselves.
Okay.
With pictures.
Oh, with pictures don't really translate
into text.
Oh,
exactly.
Okay.
Pictures do translate.
Okay.
Only
all right.
Set them.
All right. Yeah, if you don't have too many and you have them, you're gonna move them back over.
That is what will happen. Yes.
Yeah, then it's no problem. If it's the case of Cassius having his own chest, then it's a different case. Okay.
Yeah, don't worry.
Awesome.
They're going to be here temporarily, and then they'll be back on my sheet eventually.
Awesome.
So, sorry. There. Map thing. There. Sorry.
No worries.
Yeah. No, it's like if it would be that easy with the Brandanis map, you wouldn't have a 4-piece puzzle to put together. But no. So yeah. It's also why you could have easily helped with the potion with Viera, right?
She didn't ask, so I didn't do anything.
Yeah, never mind.
Shit.
Anyway, so Layla will show up, right, earlier.
Mm-hmm.
And she'll be like, are you guys ready?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you head out after, like, give me, like, 10-15 minutes and then head out. I will go to the deadly door and just sit there. And I'll catch up with you. She will give you directions where to head. Basically, the direction where the researchers will be waiting for you, which is a good 1.5 hours outside the city. Viera, you've been hunting enough to have a very good sense of where the spot is.
Yeah.
Okay. She will give you potions of Longstrider.
Mm-hmm.
And she will give Cassius a pearl that he can swallow, and he will get 8 hours of dark vision. Because according to last time she knew, Cassius doesn't see in the dark.
I just take it. I will just take it.
In case you need
I will not say anything.
Rip.
She will warn you not to do any more speeding up things if you have other potions, because there's more of these coming. Don't mix too many potions all at once. Bad idea.
No doubt.
And yeah. So yeah, that's your first instruction. And then she will leave, right? Because she will sit in the deadly door for a while. And then do whatever to catch up to you guys.
Yep. Good luck with that.
So yeah.
So we will obviously follow those instructions. As soon as we're far enough outside the city, Viera will pause for a second. And is Bo doing the pass without trace?
Cassius will summon Bo when they're a little bit outside of the city. Or basically at the same point that Viera stops, I think.
Yeah.
At that point, I'll get Vinny back to me as well. Alright.
We ready?
We're ready. At least I am ready.
Darker at this point, right?
Yes.
We met it. Yeah.
Yeah. So Cassius will
dusk,
take out the glasses, spectacles, put them on, his finger gun.
Wait, are you putting them on before you leave the save house, or like?
No. Outside of the city when we now are.
So basically, once you start stepping into darkness, because otherwise you would have been wandering around and tripping over your own feet and stuff like that. Like,
I mean, the city's still well lit, and we're going to back into in the nature, and for a small part following very, very closely, and then putting on the glasses.
Yeah.
Once we're about an hour outside of the city, assuming Layla's catching up to us.
It's like you again. She described that they're like 1.5 hours outside with taking Longstrider into account. So you're basically gonna arrive at around 7 at the meeting point wherever Hyra is with Bertram and so on and so forth. So, but I'm just basically asking you how you're gonna deal with this, like on your own part, because you're leading the group, because you have a very good sense of where they are, right?
Well, I mean, how am I dealing with it? I'm just leading them there.
Okay, I mean, are you doing like a indirect squiggly line, laying false? What are you doing? Right, this is what I'm asking.
We're magically untraceable.
Yeah.
As soon as we're like 10 minutes outside the city, I'm telling Cassius to pull out Bo to do pass without trace.
Okay.
So we're magically untraceable. And then she's going to tell those two to get their move on and start fucking off, and she will start covering their tracks physically so that it borderline makes us permanently untraceable unless someone can see us. And yeah, at that point, just going to book it. Movement speed as fast as we can.
Yeah.
Because we know we generally move faster than other people.
Exactly. What the two of us can do in just speed general, Cassius can catch up within the occasional dash.
The meeting point itself is oddly reminiscent of the Hulak Forest, because you're basically being pointed towards a dead tree in the middle of the swamp, right? Which is otherwise very not to that. It's like a very old big tree, right? That looks like it has been hit by lightning at some point. So as Layla described it to you, you like easily would pinpoint, right? Because she was like trying to describe the direction and how to head and kind of give you markers. And she's describing it from a point of view of like someone who goes into nature, but is not as naturally moving in nature as you are, right? So you probably interrupted her at some point. It's like, I get it. Like, it's here. And she was like, yeah.
It's The old tree struck by lightning.
Yeah. No, and then you can see that she will like calm down a bit more. It's like, okay, yeah, you're the ranger. You figure things out, right? So it's very easy for you to find the spot because again, you've been hunting here for a while. You know exactly where it is. At first, as you arrive, you don't see anyone, and then slowly, it's like first Louisa with Eva appearing, and then followed by Bertram and a very unhappy-looking Giuseppe, who, like, with his shorter stature, doesn't seem too keen on being in the swamp. And kind of like, you can also hear him mumbling beneath his breath that this is not like exactly like his natural environment, considering where he comes from, and it's nothing like the forest of home and the fields, and basically like it's a dwarf version of Cassius complaining about swamps.
Give him a very sympathetic look.
It's like there's just too much water, and short people are not great with too much water.
The mud everywhere.
Ava is dressed differently. She's clearly dressed for, practicality. They're all wearing colors that easily blend into the environment, right? But you also immediately notice the telltale signs of magical pass without a trace, because they're blending way more. They're not leaving foot tracks at all, right?
Yeah, similar to us.
And around the time, actually, you also hear this like bolting and cracking, and then shortly after, Layla steps forward, a bit out of breath, right?
If you make any more noise, they'll hear you from Tuzan at this rate.
She grins. Well, I had to make noise so you don't shoot me with your arrows.
There. Bit of poison, you'll be fine.
So, Giuseppe at this point will basically open up a bag that has like it was like a messenger's bag, and pull out a potion bottle similar to the ones that you already consumed, and he goes, he has enough for next 4 hours. That should get us all to the point where we need to be. So this is gonna be pushing hard, and like everyone agrees that this also hinges very much on Viera finding the safest route through the swamp. But it's Ava who will explain to you which direction we're heading, right?
Yep.
So it's basically, if you take it's from the city, in comparison, it's sort of going to the northeast. It's certainly like going inland and away from the sea, right? Thicker. And the other thing that's actually great about this is because you start moving away from the swampy terrain and into more firm jungle. Mind you, without your guidance, that doesn't mean the travel would be actually easier, because, as you know, jungle has thick roots where you can easily stumble, but like you are very good at what you're doing.
It's not difficult terrain for us as we move, essentially.
Yeah, exactly. So you're like, and you also immediately noticing that everyone kind of falls easily to trusting your guidance, right? These are people who are used to experts, and experts doing what they do best. So they leave.
They do their jobs.
Yeah, so they leave it to the expert to do their job. And you can see like this very, very like behavior. Mind you, you do have to slow down because Giuseppe is definitely the slowest, right? So yeah, because short legs, so he is slower. So you're moving only as fast as he can move.
Yeah.
But you are basically pushing very hard for 4 hours, and you make a distance that would usually take you 8 hours to travel. You make the same distance in half the time. So.
Can I purposefully choose some slightly more difficult terrain?
Yes, I will.
Because knowing my way round, I would be able to work us through it.
Mhm.
But someone else may take one look at it and go, shit, I've come the wrong way slightly. That's an easier route around, and thus waste a bit more time.
Yeah.
So I'm going to use my kind of expertise of moving through the swamps and the jungles to purposefully hinder anybody trying to come behind us at a pace.
Layla will also explain what she did. She actually made sure people seen her, and she ran the opposite direction and then doubled back. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And then she will look to Cassius, like, basically hinting that she was using other ways of running. As in, like, she probably shifted into the other form.
He just smirks at her and winks.
Which is what the cracking was, because she shifted back her normal form to, like, which is always a bit awkward. Because it's not like you heard her running from miles away, right? It was like an immediate,
Well, passive perception of 20, I probably heard her coming there.
Yeah. I mean, she has also ways of keeping hidden, right? The entire point was that she would lead the people who might be tracking into the opposite direction.
Yeah, just as a point, Ibrath is with me. Just to make sure,
that was my next question, if Ibrath is moving with you. Okay.
Obviously, he is with us, yeah.
Okay, awesome.
Ibrath is keeping up the rear of the trail. If any footprints are being left behind, he's putting paw prints in them. So that it just looks like a panther is stalking through the jungles.
No, but with passive auto trace, you have no issue. It literally leaves no traces. And with Bo, he can keep doing that,
Keep doing that,
Keep doing that,
okay.
Yes. I will add a tiny bit more to the travel because of finding a bit more difficult route, but not much. Because, again, you're good at what you're doing. I'm just going to add a half an hour.
The others are probably going to be like, Jesus, because they're not an easier way. And the answer is yes, but I'm making it twice as hard for anyone trailing us, basically.
Yeah. So, you arrive in this thickness of the jungle. It's like almost like you didn't expect it. Like there's a sudden... Because the terrain, after a while, because you at the beginning, when you were heading out of the city, you had swamp, and then the terrain started going like up gradually, right? And then evening out again. It's like almost like on a plateau, right? So it's not swamp on anymore. This is like solid jungle, thick. Like this is not amongst common travel routes. So like as a ranger, you don't see traces of like people being in this area, right? This is animals. This is thick jungle. Which is why because it's a thick jungle, you don't have a wide, like, field of vision either. Like, mind you, also with the dark vision, you don't have a wide field of vision anyway. But you with darkness, it's never really completely dark, especially in this world where like you have this like pale moonlight-esque light shining downwards all the time, right? But it almost takes you by surprise. It's like suddenly like this, small hill, and there's like structure, and there's a temple, and the temple, it's, mind you, here just for I will give you a top-down glance, because I also need you to be aware of like how big this entire thing is. Give me just a moment. Okay. So, activate. This is the structure. And as you can see, it's thick jungle all around you.
Yeah.
There's some hints that this might have been larger at some point, maybe.
Yep.
Of maybe some larger settlement, but it's like one of those things, and you've seen this sometimes, like in the forest you come from, right? Where basically, sometimes settlements are built where the surrounding settlements are built of things that are not long lasting, like wood, and then only the solid structures stay behind. So probably this was a bigger settlement a very long time ago, and this is the one part that had been built out of solid stone, which is why it remained. But yeah, this is it.
Okay.
I'm letting you basically find your own spot. But upon arrival, you can see that like Ava and Bertram very quickly go off to the side and start pulling from underneath like a hidden rock bags. And it's then Ava who basically starts setting up in the middle. And Giuseppe is the one who then starts approaching you and goes like, okay, all right, guys, we need to see who's gonna be what part.
Water.
I'm obviously gonna be me. So I already sit down, stand next to Abaera.
Okay. I'm not gonna give you a physical item. So what it is, you get like a potion bottle, and each potion, depending on what you pick, has a different color, right? So they didn't make one for Samira because Samira is already what is needed, right? Bertram gets a bottle with this like thick, inky black. It doesn't look healthy to be drank, right? Drunk, basically, you know, it doesn't look pleasant when he drinks it. It like stains his lips for a moment like black. And you would expect more of a shift, but what you see happening immediately is his eyes go completely black, like the pupils, not the whites. The eye whites are still there, but they become more like Destrian's eyes. And his hair almost, because he already has like this light gray hair, turns lighter, more towards white. So yeah, and then Giuseppe will basically look around and see who is taking what.
I'll step up and take the fire.
Yeah, so your potion bottle is this bright, changing orange, yellow, red, churning liquid, and when you drink it, it's almost like something very, very spicy, and it like burns down your throat, and you can feel it like that warmth spreading almost like a wildfire through your system immediately. It's like taking hold and spreading through your veins, and for a moment it feels almost like your entire body is on fire, and you feel like you have fever, right? Like your body temperature is rising. And of the visible changes is your eyes become this like almost glowing red. And there's a flicker to your vision, by the way, for a moment. And you can expand your night vision to 120, by the way.
Nice.
Nice.
So I want you, so Viera, yours, has this like, again, night vision doesn't usually give you, the dark vision doesn't give you colors. These potions have this like innate glow to them, right? Where you can see the blues. And it's not just like the blues of like, oh yeah, it's like blue water. It's different because you know that water, depending on the lake, like in mountain lakes, it can be turquoise, there can be a murky blue, there can be, you know, brown. It almost like has this like all different colors of water that water can take on, right? And including, it looks almost like a frothy white on top, And when you drink it, it's for a moment, it's almost like you're sinking. And you have this coolness spread through your system. And you can feel a change even through, the tattoos that you have, the leaves. And if you take a peek, actually, beneath, like, your armor and stuff, they're taking on the... Yeah. But if you were... Okay, never mind. Then you don't. Your facial tattoos, however, take on a more... I mean, you can't really see it, but if other people look at you, they're more blue.
Matching her eyes at the moment.
Yeah. Mind you, your eyes become even more blue. And yeah. So basically the effect is for the people who are taking the potion, Viera, you get for 24 hours. So please keep track of this. Your racials, minus the stat change. Your stats remain the same, but your racial abilities are swapped with that of Water Genasi. Cassius, same thing.
So I lose my Wood Elf stuff.
Yes.
Okay.
It's not useful.
So for 24 hours, minus the stat changes, your human, well, you're human, so you don't have much, but like is replaced with Fire Genasi.
Okay.
Acid Splash, Create Destroy Water, and Water Walk. That's interesting.
Okay.
That's for water, and fire has... Oh, you could produce flame, burning hands, and flame blade. That's cool for you.
Nice. All right.
Plus the resistances you each have.
So we can import those probably.
That's cool for you. That's fun.
Fun.
Giuseppe himself will also drink something that looks like he's drinking mud that has sand mixed into it. And he does a very disgusted smacking sound with his lips. And he goes and comments something about he should have added some mint to deal with the flavor. But basically he spends a good minute smacking his lips because it's almost like his mouth dried out. And his skin starts drying and cracking like dry mud almost.
Even though I'm not the one
I
that's
forgot to put Layla on the map.
I just wanted to ask you because of the racials. Is it from... Because there's two different Genasi versions. There's the Elemental Evil Player's Companion and the Mordenkainen Presents. They both have...
Mordenkainen.
Okay. That one has one more spell.
Yeah,
that's what I wanted to
Mordenkainen.
say.
Yeah.
So that includes the flame blade then, because I don't see it in the
spell.
Okay.
And then Layla will drink the air one, and her eyes will become lighter, and she will almost start having fine white lines across her skin, almost like swirlies. And her hair will poof up.
No, that's cute.
Well, she doesn't find it cute.
Cassius will laugh. Just not mean-spirited, but just like a chuckle.
She will smack him in a good spirited way.
As Samira, as she also feels frizzy, humid hair, she's gonna smack Cassius as well. You don't do that. You don't laugh at frizzy, poofed up hair.
So the initial prep takes about half an hour, right? Oops, didn't want to do that. Wanted to turn minutes. During which Ava will start drawing magical symbols. And there's and she is following some notes from a notebook. Like she holds it and keeps comparing it, right? Repeatedly. It's not a script that any one of you has ever seen. And you can see that she's like, has to keep referring to her notes because she's writing in a way where you can see that somebody does when they're not used to this kind of script, right? So they're like making sure double and triple checking that the symbols are correct. But as she keeps drawing, Samira, it's not the exact thing. You don't really have the expertise for that. But it kind of reminds you of the pattern that your patron drew. Right.
I start paying closer attention to what she's doing. I don't understand anything.
For Cassius and Viera, it would be more reminiscent of the circles in the tower, right? Because there's and she will, as she draws certain segments, she will start pointing out, okay, you need to sit there, and I will tell you exactly where somebody needs to sit because I need to open up the freaking picture. Pictures. I have saved it. Damn it, did I save it? No! Just did a cleaning of my pictures. It's like...
Rip.
Rip Rainy.
Give me a second. They should improvise. Okay, so Layla will have to sit here. Then Giuseppe is gonna be here. Then Samira needs to be here.
No, I guess opposite of me is Bertram.
Yeah. And fire and water.
Hey, hello, friend next to me.
Talking to the dwarf again.
No, that was out of character.
So basically, as she draws a circle, and this is like during the initial, like she points out, please don't, and it's not a perfect circle because she's like trying to like match the symbols on top of the irregularities of the stone, right? So you gather that this is probably not the perfect space, or it might have been a better space before the temple was this ruined, right? Because the floor would have been much smoother around you, the stone. But she's doing her very best. You can see she's doing this with the practice of somebody who has been practicing magic for a very, very long time, right? But also with the precision of somebody who like keeps referring and making sure that this is done right. And as she finishes drawing, she will also point out, okay, you have to sit here, you have to sit here. And she will point out that at certain stages of the ritual, she will like reach out to each of you and like touch, like handshake, basically. Handshake with certain people in certain orders, and she'll just like take her hand and shake it, slide, like squeeze and then let go. And you will, she starts explaining that you at some point should start feeling like something is leaving you. Don't be alarmed. Don't leave the circle. Don't move until it's done. Because she says at some point it will start building up a lot of energy. There's a very high chance that if you break it before it's done, it will go horribly wrong.
At that moment, since Samira doesn't want to risk Winnie being on her person in the circle interfering anyway, Winnie's gonna slip out of the back of her pants leg and just settle in some of the rubble behind.
She will also tell you, like, whatever stuff you're wearing on you, you know, especially if it's like, you know, portable holes and haversacks and stuff, leave it on the side.
Yeah, she's gonna settle it directly behind her and cushion, like rubble around it, and Vinny's gonna be settled right in between there. Keep a watchful eye.
Okay.
Pockets are sewn into her clothing, right?
Also, why
they're not sewn, they're tied.
Targeted?
It's knotted. It's knotted. You can unknot it.
Okay, I'll unknot that and leave it with Bo, who will.
Cassius, why did you target yourself, by the way?
Sorry, I don't know. I was also trying to stab myself at some point.
Yeah.
I will also let Bo stand guard over the magical pocket, which I'll take out.
Oh yeah, I mean pull Bo then onto the map less.
Yes.
So I know where he is.
Actually, I'll pile all of them into my normal backpack and then just position it there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want them just loose. I want to be able to snatch them whenever, if necessary.
Braff is pacing the space.
Other side, more direction of Vera. Yeah.
Weird question.
Yes?
Bo can melt into stone, right?
Yeah.
If he's holding something, does that melt with him?
Yep.
Yeah.
He will take the pocket in his grabby little hands and melt into the stone.
Awesome.
He is in the pillar. There you go.
Okay.
Vinny is prepared to do a hard repair if necessary, if anyone's going to approach her pack.
Here, Samir, let me help you with your pack.
Literally.
So, and then basically, Ava will ask for the map. Right. When everyone is ready, if anyone has questions, this is the moment. Because she says, once she starts, don't interrupt her. It's a very complicated ritual. And it can go, wrong on so many levels across 4 hours.
Are we there yet?
If we all die horribly, it's been a good run.
I asked her, by the way, in character, is Vera Avidariat?
Jokingly, yeah.
Yeah. Ava will actually look at Vera in this soft, gentle way, which how you know that Cassius and Layla look at each other, lately, and give her a smile, as in I needed that. You have never seen her nervous. This is the closest it gets to that, because by that you can tell how big this thing is that she's attempting to do, and you would trace a hint of okay, I'm confident I can pull this off, but I'm not 100% sure. There's a trace of uncertainty, a hint, right?
At that point, I've positioned the backpack perfectly so I can just access the haversack mouth to slip in and out the map casing and give it over to her.
She will position, she will see if everyone's ready, and says okay, the moment she takes it out and rolls it and starts chanting, it will take a long time. She has a water skin next to her, just if she needs liquids, but this is it. Don't interrupt her. Just shake her hand when she needs it to. But otherwise, that's it. So yeah, are we ready? Are you happy with everything around and stuff?
Last gulp of a drink, mental notice to Vinny to watch my back, and that's it. Not towards Avahera.
Okay.
Vera will tell Ibrath to protect everyone and find intruders.
I guess we'll just lean back to look at Layla and just give her a finger gun. And smile at the rest.
Well, then with that, she removes the map from the case and rolls it out. It just fits in this space between you guys. She like smooths it out with her hands. Takes a deep breath. Like readies her book next to her. And starts, almost like barely audible, starts reading down whatever this chant is. It takes on this like very noticeable rhythmic form. And Cassius, you have done ritual magic before, like in this 10-minute thing. This sounds, even although you don't understand what she's saying, it sounds way more elaborate than what you have ever done. You can, like, from the first beats, you can even the preparation she was doing, this is not something you've, like, the closest you can compare it to for yourself is the long prayers at temples that clerics and paladins do, where they have this like deep reverie and prayers over hours, and sometimes like some of them for days, right? And this takes on this quality very quickly, right? So she falls almost like, and Viera, this is recognizable to you. It's almost like a variation on the trance that you do. So like her eyelids kind of droop a bit, and she falls into this like state of like deep focus and concentration, where she's like paying attention to the words, flipping a page when she needs it. You know, she even like rocks back and forth and just like slightly in this rhythm of the words. And at the beginning it sounds a bit uncertain, but as she finds a rhythm, right, it flows better and better. And as it starts flowing, you start feeling first the buildup in your stomach, a vibration of deep sound, which is now so very familiar to you, of feeling it before you hear it. And then the hum kicks in proper, and you can start hearing it just as the line that you're sitting on start to glow from within. And start pulsing the more she pours of this energy into it. And as she continues, as the time moves on, it's not just that the circle is glowing, the runes are glowing. You can almost see lines disappearing into the stone around you, almost like it's connecting to the world. And the lines beneath. And Viera, because you are a bit more sensitive to these things than, you know, your fellows.
I'm just more sensitive in general.
Yes.
Vinny looks terrifying with the light underneath.
Also, yeah.
You're welcome. It's almost like you can hear a heartbeat from around you. It's like, as you sit here, it's very similar to when you reach out with your senses to feel creatures. You tap into this like lifeline. But because you sit on this like unique junction, mind you, it's not a big one. It's like smaller streams overlapping. You get this sense that this probably used to be a major junction at some point, but as you know, you have felt this before, like ley lines are not exactly like one place all the time. They slightly move and shift. So it looks like over time, this place that is here just drifted away, or the ley lines themselves drifted away from like making it like a really powerful place of, you know, magic. but there's still some smaller streams that still overlap here. So making it like more intense than the regular places around you that don't have this overlap, but it's certainly not like, oh my god, so much magic, right? Either way, you start sensing it more and more, and it grows more intense. And the hum also becomes more audible over time. And with this rhythmic chant, you kind of almost like drift into your own meditative state that is only broken in the moments when Ava reaches out to one of you. And she does this in a certain order, like, you know, drawing upon the elements, then on chaos, then on order. And it's very similar, like you're reminded again of the tower, right? Where you like solve the trials and like added the elements one after another. And with each element, the energy seems to grow in the circle and becoming more intense, to the point where like even the people who are not as sensitive as Vera can feel the rise of raw magical energy that you're sitting within. Like you can feel the pressure. It's very similar to the tower, right? Where like it is building towards something. And as it builds, you can see that the map, because the map looks ancient, right? It looks like a piece of paper that has been through some, you know, history. It starts mending. It starts looking brighter, more, the colors start standing out more. Whatever fine tears and discolorations it had before, they ease out. It starts looking like it was drawn hours ago. Like the ink is sharp black, right? The outlines become more visible, but then also not, because it has this like weird overlap, but this weird overlap starts almost like it starts to move and shift and live. This is not paper anymore. This is a living thing showing the world in its state across ages, with all of the things at the same time overlapping. And this is the first proper, like you had hints before when you were analyzing the map and maybe looking at it, but this is the real proper hint what kind of information this map contains and why it's not just like, oh yeah, a map, right? It's so much more than that. This is a repository of knowledge. This is an archive of the past, the future, the now, the inner world, the outer world, and more. Because as you're now vibrating with the element that you represent, you start almost like recognizing, like almost like some part of you recognizes familiar lands, and you get this like slight nostalgic tinge of like, oh, this is where my people used to be, but you don't quite understand why you feel like that. And it lasts for a very long time. But in the end, she reaches forward and puts her hand onto the map. And for a moment, it looks almost like nothing happens. And then the map, for one flash, there is no paper, there's no nothing. And like, you know, for a moment, you're like, oh, fuck. You know, you have this like jolt of like, shit. And then you see the inner continents expand into the air between you, almost like a 3D representation. So you see it like from the side for a moment, where you can see the top parts of the continents and the parts that are beneath the sea that you don't even see every day. And it shifts, and you're like in this space around you that like you have never experienced space like that, although Fiera somewhat with her like senses, right? But for the rest of you, it's like a very confusing and impressive sight of like seeing this world. Like imagine like a holograph of the world in 3D, right? And then it tilts, and it's almost like the map is writing itself, and it is the map of it's the representation of the inner world. And you can see it expands around you, and for the very first time, you're sitting on the inside, looking on the inner surface of what this world really looks like in its miniature. The inside of the world, with the sun in the middle, which is now you, looking out at the continents around you in this sphere, this bubble around you, and like shifts a few times, like searching, and then zeroes in on this part of the world where you are in, because you recognize Hohia as an outline. And for a moment you think it's gonna zero in Hohia, and then it yanks it a bit upwards to basically the area northeast from Hohia, like along the mainland. It zips past what you see, jungles and roads and rivers, and then a quick flash of what looks to be a silvery white forest, like a stretch that's like almost looks like somebody carved a line across the most narrow part of the peninsula, and then it expands where the mainland is, and then the nature, because now you're getting not just like the map, you're seeing trees. It's like this is a miniature version of this world. You see the nature going from jungle to jungle mixed with, is that needle trees? You haven't seen needle trees like this. These are like tall trees that have it's more like somebody took a Christmas tree and shredded off like all the branches below, and there's like only the tip, but they have this like poof on top. But it's definitely needle trees. And then the nature gradually like
Scots pines.
Yeah. These are like deciduous. It's like you have it like in the Amazon. I will show you pictures of what they look like. You have actual needle trees in tropical forest. They look really interesting. But like the forest turns more and more into this like deciduous forest, and then eventually into, you know, proper needle pine and so on. As it goes further north, and there it zeroes in what looks to be a circle of stones. Think Stonehenge, very easily. And there it has this like ping, and the ping lasts 10 seconds for each person that is in the circle. So like, you know, you have this like for a good minute, you have this scepter, Cassius, you have seen, which now that you look at it, the few of you who got a glance of the father's pocket watch, on that quotation marks, it's this like ring within rings, with a ball in the middle that's on top, what looks to be a sextant that's on top of like this very elegantly carved staff, and it's in the middle of this circle of stones hovering above the altar. And you get like this glance for a minute, and for a minute you have this like very vivid impression of like, I know where it is. Like it's almost like a ping. You can feel it in your gut of like, I know where the staff is because the map knows. And then it and compresses back into the paper, and it just, the light just turns off, and it's the map again. Mind you, it looks way more mended now, almost like it's rejuvenated. But as it compresses down, you feel this like like somebody's like pulling the air out of you, and you realize this is the feeling like when you cast magic, you always put like a part of your ability, your energy into it. But this is like somebody just like drained you all at once. And for a moment you're like, you're breathless almost. And it's done. You know where it is.
I immediately start packing up the map. Immediately. Still, even heaving with breath, still, I just immediately packing it up.
Yeah, like you see Ava is like kind of nodding, like Bertram actually staggers back a bit, and just sits.
Viera's going to remain extremely still for 1 minute, and she's going to detect the presence of any humanoids within a 5-mile radius of us.
You get an immediate ping.
From where?
From 100 feet all around you.
How many?
It's
exactly
1, 2, 3, 4. 4 times 6 plus 2. 26.
We have 26 people keeping us company.
I immediately take out the portable hole, stuff it in and into between Bustier. I don't care if the others saw it. I don't want it in a haversack.
They're moving from all sides all at once. I want to point out you have...
How far away? Because I do know direction and I know speed.
Yeah, so they're moving at 60 feet 6 seconds.
So they're dashing.
Yes. And you can, like, basically, within 40 feet of movement, you can already hear the cracking. They're not subtle. The only reason why I didn't hear them sooner is because they were out of line of hearing. And you were also sitting in the middle of the hum, right? Which made it a bit difficult to pay attention to outside noises. But now the it's almost like the jungle sounds come rushing back, right?
I put on my backpack instead of my 2 earrings. Immediately.
I immediately jump behind the pillar. Here. So effectively all our magic is gone.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
So we're on 0 spell
All
points.
your magic that relies on spell slots or spell points is gone. To
What?
be more precise.
About my sorcery points.
You still have them.
Okay, good. I will channel that energy and I will convert all my sorcery points into spell points. Wait.
I don't know what signed word used for concentration. I have no fucking clue.
So you have 1 turn of action, bonus action, movement to get ready.
Does that include just from now on or all the previous as well?
From now on, like from the moment Vera said we have incoming.
I'm just putting radioactive for fucking concentration. I don't care. Oh my god, what do I do? Incoming. I activated that. I just grasp towards Viera, just lightly on her shoulder, and ask her, run or fight.
They're coming from all sides.
Before I instinctively, for the first time, use bolstering magic on Viera. Which is... It's the rush of energy, the sudden adrenaline similar to her rage, but more in a protective sense. It heaves up the light and then just channels through her arm to make contact with you. And it sinks into your skin, similar to her healing, but it feels more strengthening. And you gain what's the equivalent of 1 first level spell slot.
So 2 spell points.
Yeah, 2 spell points. And yeah, that's my action. Bonus action. What the fuck do I do with bonus action? Good fucking question. Yeah, No, I don't want to rage. I don't have any spells. I don't have any bonus action features. I'm good. Yeah, that's me. That's my action.
So I use my bonus action to do the flexible casting. And where I am, I will... Actually, Bo will first cast Pass Without a Trace on his area. And I will use my action to try to slip between. There's like rubble here?
Yeah.
Almost? Okay, I will use
Not almost, it is rubble.
Okay, I will use my action to hide between the rubble.
I want to point out, the only places you can really hide is either behind the walls or these 4 pillars.
Mm-hmm.
The other rubble is like, ankle high.
Oh, okay, yeah. Then I will basically move here, behind the walls.
Mm-hmm.
These are walls, right?
Yeah.
Where I'm standing. I'll probably go here.
It's like basically where you see your vision is limited, is there high enough to hide behind.
Yeah. And I will use my action to hide.
Yeah.
You said they're about 40 feet away.
They were about 100 feet away.
100 feet away.
After 40 feet of movement, you started hearing them. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
So basically, when they were 60 feet away within one movement, this is where, like, giving you time to prep one full turn.
Yeah. My action for that and my weapon now does that. That's it. That's me. I used it before to do my... Yeah. I did enough.
Yeah.
Everyone within the place template, by the way, has the +10 to stealth, so...
Okay.
Nice.
I will use my stealth, actually.
I'm just standing in the middle.
Yeah, what you doing?
Yeah. In a very quick succession, she's going to take one quick look at what everyone else is doing. It looks like everyone else is preparing to fight.
Yeah, they're pulling weapons because they're tapped.
They're pulling weapons.
Yeah.
Viera will lightly punch Samira's shoulder and say, "We do what we do best. We fight. Break through one direction first. We're all going east," and Viera points, and it's basically where Ibrath is, up against the wall.
Okay, then, yeah. If this is all simultaneous, then I move, yeah.
The second we're outside that circle, if we can make a break for a run, we do so, but we don't leave anyone behind. And at this point, she is going to use... Because you said do we get one action or do we get one round?
Well, yeah, one round. So you get like one action, one bonus action, and one move, yeah.
Yeah, so Viera's going to use the Hairpin of Sanctuary on herself.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
So she has Sanctuary on herself, and then she's going to wild shape into a giant elk.
Nice.
Because if you wouldn't have done your detect, you would have been surprised.
Yeah. So the question is, how do I polymorph? Do I want polymorph? Is there used to be a wild shape option, but there isn't anymore. Okay. And Viera is going to be the one. I just want to do it. Unauthorized access, apparently.
What?
I don't know.
Oh, Chris requests you to delete the temporary polymorph template after Giant Elk proceed.
Can I let him do it?
Not
Delete
yet.
elk. Proceed. Whoa.
Oh, there we go.
Nice.
I don't know why it's injured, because I'm not. So Viera shifts into a giant elk, and she's basically going to book it in this direction for a short path. That is...
That's a giant fucking elk.
You still have +10 to your stealth, by the way, just so you know.
Yeah.
A shadowed elk. Terrifying.
Ibrath's orders are to run at and hit the first person in that direction in front of her to smack him down, right? And then to extricate himself from the fight and keep running. Viera is basically going to charge in that direction. So she's giving the others a bit of an opportunity to catch up behind her. But she's basically going to act as a shield wall breaker and push her way through the wall as a giant elk. Yes, I know, Cat. It's giant elk time. So she's setting herself ready to charge, basically, and the first sight of someone coming, she's still got 30 foot more of movement, and that's what she's got. So her oh no, she used her action on the sanctuary. So she's basically going to... Can you save an action to move? To dash? I suppose you can, can't you?
Yeah, it's an action to dash, yeah.
You can
An
hold
action to
dash.
dash.
Yeah, you can hold and...
Yeah, so she's holding an action.
If you haven't spent your action this turn, then you can hold action to dash. Yeah,
but I have spent my action, so you can't just hold movement.
No.
So I'm going to use half my movement to get to that wall, and then you said they were still 100 feet away, moving at 60 feet.
They were 60 feet away when you started moving your turn.
Okay, so they're going to get here. In which case, she's going to move like that far. She's not going to move at all in that case if she knows that. And she's getting ready to run in that direction, like antlers down, pointing in the direction she's going, like ready to charge.
So,
and if they're going to come up for 60 feet, then Ibrath is going to move to be along her side, and he's kind of ready to start running as well next to her.
Ava will make sure that she's not standing in the way, and nobody will stand in the way of the giant fucking elf. Just, elk. Because, fuck
elf,
that.
Elk, yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah. They're gonna start ready. Giuseppe looks a bit unhappy because he's not exactly the fastest.
He can ride the elk.
The elk didn't offer.
If he jumps on top, he can.
The elk snorts in his direction and kind of...
He will give you like an uncertain glance of like pointing at him. Shrug.
And she snorts again. Because I'm assuming he hasn't done anything yet.
No. Like, he's like, he will ask you, like, is that a yes last?
She lowers her left shoulder toward him.
Okay, he will then very carefully come up to you. You will have to lower yourself to let him on.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
she lowers herself to that.
Okay. I will
spends
count.
Spends half her movement doing that and standing back up again.
Yeah, you see the rest of them are
Because
confident they can run.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And just as you get ready, by the way, to like dash forward, you can hear a voice calling out from north of you. You all recognize the voice of Bishop Leaphard.
Oh, that bitch.
We didn't come to fight! We just want to talk! And around that time, you see them stepping forward. Soldiers, not in full plate armor, mind you. They're wearing chest plates because these are people who are used to these terrains, right? But basically, 6 soldiers each from each direction. You have no idea how they made it out this far. They don't look like they have walked through the entire jungle because, you know, they would be way more covered in leafage. So some magical shenanigans probably. But yeah, I'm gonna give you a moment if you really want to, like, considering what you shouted. Engage or not.
Then why did you surround us without announcing yourself beforehand?
Technical difficulties. We just want to talk, please.
I just look over at Layla. Because she's in the very front. She knows the area better than me. Well, the Horian the political area better than me, and I give a questioning look.
Bertram, like, Layla will shrug, but Bertram will be, well, we should try to negotiate if there is room for negotiations, rather than risking injury to any of us. You see that they're all ready to beat the ever-loving shit out of everyone around them, right? But they're also reasonable people, right? It's never great when you're surrounded. So, I'm leaving because you have this hesitation from the 4 of them. But like, I mean, the dwarf is on top of Viera, so he doesn't have much of a choice here, right? He's like getting ready to hold on for his dear life. As Viera does whatever, as a giant elk. But you see also that although they are a team, they're also aware that they're with other people, you know, and this is like a shared responsibility because you have this shared burden of having participated and being drained like they are, right? So you can see this like 4 people who are like, they will do what you decide you want to do. They're up for both. They will stand down or they will fight. So the ultimate decision is on the 3 of you. I mean, 2 of you and Giant Elk.
This is just motion to the others and just... I say we talk.
Let your soldiers retreat. Meet us in an equal group. We can talk peacefully.
From the south, you hear a whistle, very sharp. And then in eerie unison, and this is from the country of order, right? They like step back, like they back off good 30 feet. I mean, that doesn't mean that much considering, you know, they're right here. Sorry, I need to move them one by one, because apparently couldn't do it in a group. Oops. Oh, I can mark it now. Actually, I know what I'm gonna do.
As anyone in front of me, like in this direction, leaves, I just, with my hand just in front of myself, those behind me don't see it, but I use message towards Viera. if they do anything. Transform.
Just give me a second. Maya is asking, needs something. I'll be right back.
Okay, let me just break. Quick.
Sorry.
No worries.
No worries.
Yeah. I basically sent as soon as no one is within my line of sight, I sent a message to Elk Vieira. If they do anything, try to steal it. Elk picks me up. Cassius too. Let's run.
So guys, it's time, like, reshuffle as you want, because they're gonna be like giving you a moment to regroup.
Yeah, I basically sent the same message to Cassius, but of course pronouns arranged otherwise.
You'll just nod, stand up from hiding, and take a position.
I just make my way towards Elk Vieira.
Here.
Lila will stay here. Again, they're careful to not stand in the way of Elk Vieira. But yeah, Bertram will take lead here as the front towards where the voice is coming from. Yep, happy?
Yeah.
And then stepping through, and a bit awkwardly, because, again, rocks, nature, capable enough, and then behind you, her new right-hand man.
Okay.
Alfhart Feigenbaum. He just steps in and then just like crosses his hands behind his back so they're not on his weapons. Somewhat alert but relaxed, right? Non-threatening. And she, similar, like, again, oddly non-fitting robes for this environment. They don't look like they walked through the jungle. And she steps through. And she's about to say something when, very faintly in the background, you hear a horn. Have you ever heard the type of made out of animal horn, battle sound horn, like that type, like Chris, because you've turned sounds off, you don't hear it.
I know the sound very well.
Imagine World of Warcraft Horde,
Yeah.
You can hear it from the south, you would say, because it's a loud instrument, it bypasses the usual limitations of the 60-foot line of hearing. So it sounds far away. You would say about 600 feet. And you see Feigenbaum whip around and get up on the rock to see where this is coming from.
I step closer to the front of Vera because I don't want to be south positioned.
Liebhardt just stops mid mouth open because she was about to say something, right? And she stops and looks past you guys and steps a bit sideways so she can actually see something from the giant elk in the middle there. And you can hear a wide intake of breath as Feigenbaum is about to say something, and then Viera, you recognize this sound. The sound of an arrow cutting through the air, and you hear this dull impact sounds against his chest plate, and then this powder explodes around him, and where he stood is suddenly a very angrily squeaking boar.
Fuck boars!
Who's falls off the wall on the other side and just angrily squeaking, just out of sight. But you can hear it it's whatever this boar is, it doesn't sound happy. And you can hear more.
Instantly drops down.
Jump on top of her.
Yep.
Jump up.
At that point, the soldiers Leapart doesn't hesitate after that. She gives the command, the soldiers start moving south into direction of whatever is coming. But you can see already a few more clouds poof, poof, poof. More, and it's not just boars. The sounds turn into deer, unhappy deer, unhappy, monkey. It's they're being balefully polymorphed into animals. Whatever's coming, if they get you, you're gonna be animal. At this point, I will add you to the initiative. All here. Add. Bam. And please roll me initiative, because I need to know who is gonna start running first. So what we're gonna do here, I want to explain this a bit better. Whatever is coming, you can feel the ground shaking. Is coming at a high speed run. It's coming from the south, and the way the soldiers are moving, they'll probably give you a buffer, as in because they because they're moving to protect themselves, by extension they're moving to protect you. So they're basically building this armored barrier between whatever the fuck is coming and you, leaving you that window towards the north wide open to fucking bolt. So what we're gonna do is not a regular combat. What we're gonna do tonight is a chase. And you're the one running.
Yeah.
So okay, roll me initiative.
It's rolled.
22.16.
You're on the tracker as 15. Something.
Yeah.
22 point what?
21.19. Sorry.
0.19. Did you roll this as the elk?
Should be. No, I didn't.
You have your number. Just add or subtract as necessary. Yeah.
The dex bonus is 1 less, so it's 20.16. I guess.
Honestly, add from remembering last time when you deleted the shape shift form, it deleted you from the initiative. So just add both separate numbers to separate figures. Last time you got deleted off the initiative, if I remember correctly.
Or I can just do my modifier this time properly, and then re-roll as the giant elk.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Giuseppe's also
Same as me.
Is it too much for you?
What? Who? Me?
No, not
Me?
for you. For her.
That's a question for Shinny.
Yeah, because I still have Expeditious Retreat. I can run for the first stop. I'm good.
That's up to Shinny. We also have potions of Longstrider that we can use.
Yep.
Not potions, we have scrolls.
We have scrolls and potions.
I want to point out, like,
potions
I'm waiting for you to roll initiative. Also, Abrav needs to roll initiative as well. Chris.
How many potions did we get?
We got each potion.
You drank it on the way out.
We drank it on the way
okay,
out.
thought so,
Okay.
Yeah. You have no potions left from Giuseppe. Okay, let me shift the music. Sorry.
Thing about these scrolls is you put them into the haversack or the pocket. Removing them is an action.
That's fine.
Alright.
Yeah. Thankfully, we are on you currently. That's something. You're a fast fuck.
Okay, so to explain this, because this is the first time I'm ever properly running a chase. Chase rules function a bit differently. It's similar to combat, but the goal is not to incapacitate, quote unquote, the opponent, but to like win the race, if you will. In this case, the goal is to get away. Because under chase rules, like things work a bit differently. You on each turn, you have a movement and an action, and that's it. No bonus actions, no reactions.
Okay.
So whatever you need to use a bonus action for, you can't do it. So you either need to use it as a, like, basically any abilities that require you to use a bonus action, they don't exist. Right? Mm-hmm. That is to simulate the stress of a run. Next thing is, you can dash, use an action to dash as many times as 3 plus your constitution modifier before you need to roll a constitution saving throw every time you dash after that. It's almost like, travel rules where you have to like roll constitution saving throws after like the 8 hours of travel.
Mm-hmm.
So 3 plus your constitution modifier is how many times you can dash. But because you can only do 1 dash action per round. So once this number is expired, every time you dash after that, you have to roll a constitution saving throw to see if you get an exhaustion. The DC for each roll will become 1 more. It starts at 10. The next one after that is 11. The next one after that is 13, basically until you fail. And it will keep rising. It doesn't go down.
11, 13.
11, 12, 13. You know what I mean.
Okay. Yeah.
I got a question for you regarding my bolstering magic. How does it work with me being a warlock and my thingy? Because if you read it, I have to roll a d3 to regain that spell slot number. Does it work for me if I roll underneath a 3?
No, I don't know, like, what exactly you mean here.
Okay, bolstering magic. If I can channel it and touch myself also to give me a roll a d3 and I regain an expended spell slot of that equal that number rolled. But I only have a warlock spell slots of 3rd level. Do I only regain them if I roll a 3 on that die roll?
I have no idea, actually.
Yeah, continue.
Yeah, it's an interesting question.
Because
so
I can't
always regain 3 or only on the 3 itself,
yeah.
But all your spells are considered max level. Right?
What is it you're rolling D-wise?
D3. It's only a D3.
The answer realistically is you only regain if you roll a 3, I would say.
Okay.
But I'm not the GM. That's for Shinny to answer. So.
Yeah, I would say you only regain it if it's on a 3 as well.
Okay, so it's not worth to use it on myself.
33% chance of regaining, I guess.
Not worth to use it on myself. Good to know. Fuck, otherwise I could have used Hunter's Pace. That would have been so helpful right now.
Well, maybe it will be worth it. That's the risk you pay.
Yep.
So, I am removing the combatants on the map because the map will become an abstract thing at this point.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just more leaving because the initiative count is tied to you being on the map.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm gonna delete my concentration because that's a fucking... can I remove that? How the fuck do I remove that? Go away.
I'm gonna remove Vinny, because I assume Vinny's sticking to you. This is not to see who is in what order, by the way. This is just to have a straight line for me, for myself here.
Okay, Expeditious Retreat doesn't matter because it's a bonus action dash extra, so that sucks. But okay.
There, that's easier for me. Bam.
Could you also move Bo on top of me, or remove him?
I'll remove him.
Thank you.
Where is he?
He's still at the ritual site. He's
there
tiny.
he is. Yeah, he's tiny. Here, I'll put a Braff next to Viera, because that's easier for me. And there, because Elk is huge.
Goes a rank.
Little train.
And just for my sanity, sorry. Here. Oh, that's my LCD, I'm sorry.
The emphasis in the back, alright.
There we go. Mind you, Giuseppe is on top of the elk, so I'll just count him on top of the elk. So there we go. There, better. Yeah, the other thing is, you can keep running, because keep in mind, your regular Furly is usually walking. In this case, it's gonna be running. You're running the entire time, but because sprinting is not something you can maintain for a very long time. You can run for as many turns as your constitution. So if you have a constitution of 13, you can run for 13 rounds, so 13 turns. After that, you have to start constitution saving throws at the beginning of each turn to see if you're gonna get exhaustion or not. Similar, like with the dash thing, it has a separate tracker. Each time you roll, the difficulty increases by 1. So basically, this is a thing of you have to get away, or you're gonna run out of stamina eventually. Because if you drop on a certain level of exhaustion, your speed drops to 0. The chase ends either because you can use your action to hide as well. Either if you successfully hide and you're not seen by your pursuer. The chase ends if you manage to outrun them, and because they have no more stamina to follow you, right? The chase ends if you can't run no more, or the chase ends if they catch up to you. Yeah, clear?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Any questions?
Nope.
Okay, so the initiative is just to see who starts running first among you. Initiative in a chase is based on who is in the front. We're acting in that order. Although I'm actually starting to wonder if we should just go in order of initiative. That might be easier to track, but yeah.
Only question, the elk thing, how many can Viera carry?
Yep. It's a 19 strength, but it's a huge creature.
Yeah, so I think.
And if a horse can carry 2, and that's medium.
Yeah, every size it doubles. Every size it doubles carrying capacity. I remember that correctly.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
My carrying capacity then at 19 is 19 times 5? 95? So 95 pounds as medium, but I'm wearing the ring of bull strength to double it,
So.
And then you can double it again.
So that's 190, and then it doubles to large.
And it doubles again.
So that's 380, and then it doubles to huge. So 760.
That's the standard.
That's standard. So I can carry 760 pounds.
Yeah, I currently have 40 pounds of stuff on me, and I myself only weigh.
I don't think it's going to matter.
The dwarf is like 200 pounds. It's like, yeah, whatever. Throw Samira and Cassius on top too. Let's go.
Awesome.
Because Cassius is going to be like 130, 140 pounds. And how much is your backpack?
30.
Yeah, we
30,
sorry,
yeah.
32.
Yeah,
we're like 100 below your minimum, maximum. Yeah, we're good.
Exactly. So
we could technically carry someone very light, Layla or Bertram or Vahara.
Vahara will be like, she'll be like 60 pounds. So, but she would have to spend an action to get on. And I suspect they will be just fine because they also have scrolls. So yeah, Viera's just kind of take one look at the others. Like she snorts and Ibrath starts running too, but she's obviously already gone because 26 initiative. Bye guys.
Yeah, give me a second. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Keep in mind my base movement is 60, not 30 as well.
Also, guys, I need just like 1 minute to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. If you need to go to the bathroom, do it quickly now. I'll be right back.
How are you guys for time?
All right. Can go on, but I'm not sure how long I can make the after session then.
Yeah. Well, chase rules are fairly simple, so hopefully they wrap up quickly enough.
Mm-hmm.
Is there it's a shame there's no enhance ability going.
No sweat. I got you, Boo.
It's all good. We have... If I'm doing all the running, in theory, my pearl is inaccessible because it's on me. But your 2 pearls are not.
Not.
So I can keep pushing as long as you can keep giving me pearls to remove exhaustion.
I got you also in terms of speed. No?
Okay.
How much is your... Is it 60?
60.
And you dash, so...
There's no... 100. Keep in mind there's no dash. You can I can dash twice. Because I've got a 14 con as a giant elk.
Well, we can dash twice before you start making con saves.
Keep in mind that I can push us like miles ahead.
One of us can use Longstrider on the elk.
Yep.
And wait, can you double up on that?
You can't double Longstrider,
no.
but you can haste and Longstrider.
Yep.
Haste isn't that good of a idea if you're paralyzed for a minute afterwards.
No, it's not a minute, right?
Yeah.
6 seconds. So, okay, yeah.
It's 6 seconds.
6 seconds.
It's a
turn.
So
a minute worth of haste is worth it. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm gonna try to get my spell slot back so I can give you enhanced ability for endurance, or hunter's pace is better yet because that's you gain advantage on saving throws against exhaustion or shit like that for that. Plus extra speed out as well.
Where was I?
I'm gonna try to get that.
It's 3 times plus your con modifier, by the way, not just your con modifier.
Oh. You can start dashing.
So, I just need to give myself some space here. What's this? There's some little left over here. I think it's... No, okay, that's fine. I need the distance, because the initial distance will be 120 feet behind you. is chasing you, because again, thick foliage, you can hear them. It sounds like a stampede of animals. You can hear hooves, right? It's a horde, right? And they're coming at a high speed. You take it like by your estimation, Viera, because you're used to running in forests. You take it they're moving at a standard of your elk speed, basically.
Yeah, it's the Wild Hunt.
Good guess.
Good guess. I wonder how you figured this out.
Oh,
so,
hello,
entirely
sister.
unsurprising.
So yeah, the first one to go is Viera.
No shit.
Kaboof.
And 3 on top of her, and off we go.
Just gonna dash off the bat.
Don't move her. Just tell me how much you're moving forward. Right.
Dash straight off the bat. Well, no. She'll just run normal.
60, just 60 feet?
60.
Okay. Okay, so I'll just make sure that... 60. You know what? I am gonna put you 60 forward, just so I have this distance between you and the rest of the party.
But it's gonna be 30 by the time they make their movement.
Yeah, but I'm gonna put you back then. Okay, so these guys are with you. And Giuseppe is with you. Ebraf is running at, he's 50.
He's 50, yep.
So...
Now, I've got a question for you.
Yes?
Because as a ranger with my animal companion, and technically the others aren't running...
Yeah.
One of my abilities is the ability to move stealthily with my animal companion.
Yeah.
Yeah. So given that we can't be tracked, she's gonna bolt 60 feet north and then start veering off ever so slightly on a direction that isn't north. So she's essentially doing like a slow arc to the west.
So you're trying to lose them.
Yeah.
Okay, so roll me a
Not
stealth.
dashing. Oh. Yeah, by not dashing in one direction.
Okay, so you're using action to hide, basically.
No, she's down.
Oh, so you are dashing, because you said you're moving only 60.
You said the chase rules are you can move your movement speed.
And you can
Or
use
you
your
can
action
dash up to 5 times.
No, you
3
cannot.
plus con.
You cannot dash all 5 times in the same round. You can use your action to dash each turn,
Yes.
right?
Or you can use your action to do nothing.
Yes.
Okay.
So what are you using
Fine.
your action for?
I'm not expending my action.
Okay, but it's basically wasted if you're not using. Just pointing it out. Because you can also use your action to hide.
Okay, well I can move at my normal movement speed and hide, so I will hide in that case.
Okay, then roll me stealth. Are you still? Yeah, you're still within this. Well, how far is the pass without a trace with Bo?
Bo is on me, so it moves with him, right?
Yes.
Yep.
So
It's us.
within 30 feet. Of
Okay, so
the elk.
you're outside of that. You don't get the plus 10.
No, but Bo is on
Fine.
me,
Oh,
and
yeah.
I'm on the
On
elk.
yeah. Okay, then you get the plus 10. Yes. Sorry. Math.
Alright, it can be confusing first time chase.
Yes.
And then Ibrath is going to use his action to hide too, obviously.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go. It's a 34 stealth check. So that they don't know which direction we've run, basically.
So he went 50.
So he went 50. I have way too many character sheets.
Okay.
And his stealth check is 36. I didn't add the 10 for him because he's running alongside us.
Yeah.
And he's within, what is it, 30 feet of the pass of that trace?
Yeah. Yep.
He's within 10 feet easily.
He's just within it, and next round he'll be outside it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, 34 and a 36 on the stealth check initially.
So, Layla will full on 90 feet dash.
Is she going the same direction as us, following, or just veering off?
At the moment, she's just running straight, right? Also, at the end of your turn, I forgot. At the end of each turn, you gotta roll a d20. Because your roll might determine a complication for the person behind you. As in, like, they might get an obstacle or, you know, stuff like that.
One.
Okay.
It's hard to know whether that's even worth re-rolling without knowing what that
You can't
might cause
re-roll
complication.
critical fails.
No, I know, but it's hard to know whether I should re-roll any of that.
No complication. It's fine.
Good.
Okay.
One of the complications is literally no complication. It's great. By the way, this is just me testing out the chase rules because I've never used them, you know?
Sure.
Because there's like two approaches where like, let's make a group skill check, and depending on the group skill check, you either fail or not, or we're rolling it out round by round. And if I find that the chase mechanics are too fucking complicated, we might do the skill check next time when we need a chase, right?
So far, I enjoy it. This adds tension.
So let me, for fuck's sake, if I could actually see what I'm doing.
Yeah.
There, 90. And then the other two, let's set her off to the side a bit. There. And these are all moving 30, as far as I know. Let me check. 30.
Unless the
30. Yeah, the movement speed is 30. Oh, wait. Bertram is 35. But he's gonna move along with them because he's not gonna let them fall behind. So they're gonna dash as well. 60. Okay.
Guys can. Oh. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, at that point, like my internet just cracked out.
Flipped out.
Not much has happened.
Not much has happened indeed.
Alright. Although I'm gonna refresh the boundary because it's messed up.
Okay. So, awesome. That helps me visually just figure shit out. And you know what, while I'm at it, give me just a second. Configure ambience lighting, unrestricted vision, safe. Bam. So, I guess we can just continue in turn order, like Viera, because you're carrying everyone. I'll just let you move and do things with the group on your back, and then I'm gonna have everyone else act. I think that's the easiest, you know.
Viera's gonna dash this round.
Oh, are we round 2 already?
Oh, sorry. So what else is the group on the back doing?
I just wanted to use a message towards Layla and let her know where we veered off to come to me. I can give her a spell back. And that's on her now.
You hear growling in response.
Okay.
Yeah. Like she sounds like a breath. Mm-hmm. And by the way, you lost track of where she is. You don't see her anymore. Like she dashed off.
She dashed off
in
front of us, and I pointed a big direction. I lost her now. I lost her.
Sorry,
okay.
I missed that last part. You checked if Layla was okay?
I sent her a message in the vague direction, and to let her know that I could help her if she can find us. And I heard a growly yell cat.
Alright, that makes sense.
Then I basically lost track of where she went.
Okay, perfect.
Cassia's doing anything?
Yep, you got around. You got an action.
Abo?
We can't hear you right now.
No!
He's really having problems with his Wi-Fi, apparently, or Discord or whatever.
Somebody opened the kitchen door.
No! Internet issues at the wrongest possible moment.
Yep. Oh.
Well, it is getting late.
Yeah.
Do we give him a moment?
Yeah,
give him a moment.
Because holy shit, that high roll.
Yeah.
On the stealth.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
The DC was 24, by the way.
I heard you just now. Where did you go?
Oh,
Yeah.
hi.
Okay, there he is.
Sorry, my internet is just like, nope, fuck you.
Fuck you.
Okay, it's okay.
All good.
It's okay. Yeah. What do you want to do?
What do I want to do? So, okay, Layla's out of sight?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay. I am basically just kind of like petting the elk, and I am going to
And you cut out again. Fuck. I assume he said haste.
Wouldn't assume
I'm gonna type.
anything.
Yeah.
Let's hope he responds. Either voice or chat. Fucking hell. This is the wrong time for these. Well, can't do anything about it. Shit happens.
Nope.
Yeah, okay. Well, we can call the session here, you guys.
Oh.
Or not. You want to give him another minute?
It's a minute. Hey, I got you.
Hello? Yeah.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
Oh my god. Yeah, I'm casting haste. That's what I'm doing. If I got out again, sorry.
Yeah, you cast haste. Okay.
Yeah. Nothing else. I'm yelling. That's it. It goes fast. That's it.
I have my eye on your Discord thing. If I hear you breathing, I will notify.
So that means your speed is doubled now.
120 for 10
For
rounds.
10 rounds, and then after 10 rounds, she's stunned for one round.
Yeah.
And if I cut out again, my next action will be casting Longstrider from the scroll. That's
You have to get the scroll out first. But you get the scroll out, give it to me, I can use it at
Just one thing here.
Mm-hmm.
Because this elk is already 60. That's like a giant beast of a thing. Dashing through thick jungle, right? And you touch it and it goes whew, right? I want you all to, both of you, Cassius and Samira, just roll me
Well, Viera can sense the steadiness of her riders, presumably.
Yeah, but I just want them to do with advantage an athletics just to hold on.
Cassius is calling in.
Because honestly, with that stealth check, I can tell you right now, with that stealth check and the speed, you're gone, like easily.
And I'm even at 120, I'm making stealth checks every round.
Yeah.
If I need to. Although.
And Braff is also like with the 26, he's gone. He has successfully stealthed. The DC was 24.
Wasn't 26. His stealth check was 26 without the plus 10.
36, nice.
Yeah.
36
so
for the first round.
You're both gone, right?
Yeah.
So the DC was 24 to beat. So like you're easily both gone.
Yeah.
Oh, I had to breathing. You here?
Yeah. Back. Okay.
So athletics with advantage, please.
There went Wii U. That's what I heard.
Roll me an athletics with advantage.
I get my character sheet. Jesus Christ, it's not even responding to my clicks. Oh my God.
Just do a dex check. Just roll dice straight up.
Oh, it's a strength though.
It's a strength. Yeah.
Yeah, my strength is shit, so it's just a d20, I think.
2d20.
Plus, are you proficient? No.
Nope. I don't.
I might use my fate point to reroll if you fuck up, so I have better than an 18. To perhaps catch you if necessary.
No reaction. You can't catch him.
Okay.
He should be fine. He's sandwiched between two people, right? Like.
Okay. And also he's cut out again, so that's lovely.
Okay, I will like. Just roll.
Yeah.
No, that's bad.
Okay. Oops, I deleted Samira off the map.
Thank you. I wondered why it was dark. I thought we won.
No, I accidentally.
Based on the first two rolls, it sounds like we have won.
Man, like what a shitty timing.
We normally finish the session by now, so we don't normally see his internet drop out an hour after the game finishes.
Yeah.
I just wait for his breath.
I will stop the music. That might make it better when he logs back in. So yeah.
Maybe.
Did you like the music?
Didn't hear it. Sorry.
Very intense, very, very adrenaline. Yeah. I liked it. Very chasey. Very witchery, actually.
Yeah. It is actually called The Wild Hunt. It's a
nice
musical piece.
Fits. Just staring at his fucking picture. And he's out. No, I can't even stare.
Okay. So I'm gonna call the session
here.
There
he is.
Oh.
He's back.
He's back, but
he's
not talking.
I don't see any breathing.
Yeah, there
you are.
Woo! You
So
think you
just-
can manage to roll me a d20 with advantage?
I will try it. My character sheet is not responding.
You don't have a dice in Discord either, do you?
Use
I think if
do
we
you
still
have,
have
like-
Dice Maiden. No, we don't have Dice Maiden anymore.
use the Google Dice. We trust you.
Yeah. Use Google Dice.
Use the Google Dice.
I'll send a screenshot.
If you want to. We trust you.
We trust you.
That works. Yeah, no, I'll send a screenshot. No worries.
Roll
If it
twice,
actually
pick the
works.
higher one. The screenshot might mess with your connection again.
I'll try if it actually.
I'm worried. You're gonna cut out again.
Come on.
Oh boy.
No. Stop. Why is it adding? No, don't add to 30. No, what the fuck? Okay. Just the D20. Click once. Why is it adding a 3?
Just attract the 3. You're good. Roll whatever you can.
No.
Technical difficulties, you people.
It's adding the 3.
Uh-huh.
The total is 21, but it's an 18 on the dice, and that's once.
You match me. Okay.
The second D20 is a 3.
Okay, you match with the
But
18.
with advantage, right?
Yeah, with advantage.
Yeah,
So
the max was
okay,
18.
it's fine.
Yeah.
You hold on. You know, Samira is holding on to the elk. You're also holding on to Samira and the elk. And
Is Giuseppe making an athletics check?
yes, I'm about to roll to see if
Okay.
he falls off or not. I just wanted to see if you guys are fine. Because, like, if Cassius would have fallen off, that would have made it worse for Giuseppe, right?
Mm.
Yeah.
He falls off. Whee!
Uh-oh.
There's no way. You're running at a
Yeah.
speed you can, like, you would have to do a full stop and that would be bad.
No.
Right? So you just keep running.
Yeah.
This is great.
I bolster Cassius. Yeah, with my axe to Cassius.
This is amazing how well this works out. So yeah, anyway, around you, you will notice, like, although the researchers managed to keep up in the first turn, right? Giuseppe falls off, and short, like, just before you go, like, wee with the haste, you hear and a angry squealing of a pig behind you. And you know, if Cassius just turns, like, for a moment, you will see, like, just the butt disappearing in the undergrowth, right? But basically you veer off to the side, and then you can hear them stampeding past you. So they continue north while you're going off to the west, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they didn't notice you.
I told Layla which direction we were going, so she knows at least.
Yeah. Same with Ebraf. Ebraf is, like, you know, slightly slower, but he still, like, manages, like, he just vanished in the night. This is his natural.
That's what he does.
That's what he does, right? But you like you can hear them stampeding past you. This, like, entire like menagerie of, like, you can hear various animal sounds. It's not just, like, horses. You can hear horses. You can hear, you know, you can even hear howling of wolves, by the way. There's, like, this, like, entire, like, menagerie of animals, you know, just running past. So yeah.
Avo, you get equivalent of a second spell slot back as I bolster you.
Okay, that's interesting.
And it's the same, similar as if I was healing you, but actually it's, like, buffing you. Like, it's making you strengthened. Bolstering you up, literally.
Okay.
And I'm saving the third on if we encounter Layla.
Okay. And this is where I'm going to call the session.
Alright.
So you got away. Fuck you all. That was not my plan. God damn it. I will call the session here. Okay, so let me stop the thing.